Angry Aussie. Aussie. Angry Aussie. Angry.
Yeah. On a Friday night. Hi, Miguel H. Right. Oh, let's see how we go tonight. I'm have this weird pain in my gut still, and we've got to I can deal with that somehow. And I was going to make an absinthe drink, potentially a very silly one with lots of absinthe. Big question. What shall I do? I'm trying. I'm going to try and artificially create some energy and positivity on my part. Didn't I talk about this on the stream the other night? It's a weird thing, like I've got a pulled muscle, but I didn't do anything to pull a muscle. Now, if I'm sitting still or even standing or walking, doing one thing, I don't feel it at all. Like I'm not sitting here going, I'm in pain. But if I move, like if I change positions, I feel it very much. So it's better than it was. I'm hoping it's going to go away. But if it hasn't by Monday, I'll probably go to a doctor. Body's falling apart. Hurrah! It's really weird. The pain is exactly the same as if you've got a horribly overfull bladder. Like the position of it is the same. Like you've got a horribly overfull bladder and you're absolutely bursting, but like, it's like you're driving or, I don't know, you're on public transport or something and you can't piss and it's painful and it makes you walk funny. That's what it was like the first day. It's not that bad now. But what's been very weird is because the pain feels like I'm bursting to piss. I find myself going to the toilet going, wait, do I have to piss or is it just this weird pain? And it's very confusing. Oh, neat. Oh, wow, the fridge is singing the song of its people. That's really fucking loud. Glad I wasn't making a video where that bellow suddenly started. What gin did you get today, Miguelish? I'm thinking there's an alcoholic beverage in The Expanse. They mention it in book 2, a Blue Meanie, and just very potent and fruity and sweet. So I'm thinking of essentially making an absinthe sour with my blue absinthe. So it'll be blue. And if I use my, I still have my peach infused absinthe. If I use a fruity sugar syrup and probably orange bitters, lime juice, so making an absinthe sour essentially, and call it a Blue Meanie. Sunday's absinthe day. Now I'm worried shaking a cocktail, if that's going to cause me pain. The other thing I thought of just doing an extreme and silly cocktail, do an absinthe old fashioned, just like a fuck ton of absinthe and some sugar. That seems dangerous and I'm not sure I'd enjoy it. Whereas I have made an absinthe sour before and I actually liked it. So the Splendid gin, the Tasmania gin, fine. Big fan of buying local, particularly with gins. There's so many good gin distillers in Australia. Should always be able to get some. Washed my hair this morning, so it's all very light and floofy and wayward. Tied back most of the day so it wouldn't blow in my face. Right, I think I'll make an absinthe sour though. Someone's published an absinthe sour. There is one on Difford's Guide. Oh, I hadn't seen it. Yes, he's only done. I'm going to double all that. Lemon juice. Okay. Got to fucking go to town if I'm going to do it. 2 ounces of absinthe. Half an ounce of sugar syrup, half an ounce of lemon juice, and some foam. Yeah, I think I'll risk this snips, nibbles, bites. Fuck me. Okay, that's obviously for 2 people. Yes. So these people are just looking at a recipe and they go 4 ounces of absinthe, and I'm going fucking what? And but it's 2 serves. That scared me. How much did Difford's say? 10 mils, 15 mils. See, I don't like that much lemon juice. But maybe I need it with the absinthe. All right. I think I've got it. I think I've got what I'm going to do. Oh, Jesus. I didn't even bring my fucking camera in here. What a fucking clown. All right. Let's try and do this. All right. I'll be back in a sec. Ah. Oh. Ooh. Come back. I'm coming all the way back. Oh, you should darn it. Da-da-da. Yeah, but just trying to remember what the fuck I'm doing. All righty. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. I'm keeping up noise while I'm off the camera and just cleaning up. I find myself cleaning up. All right, this is really weird. I am probably going to do multiple toilet breaks tonight just because this weird pain makes me think I have to go to the toilet. Yes, Blue Meanie. Caliban's War, which I'm listening to the audio book of now, an extremely potent drink. Fairly suicidal mix of ethanol, caffeine. Oh, it's like bad decision juice, isn't it? That's bad decision juice, the caffeine. I have to put... Oh, I have to make this a highball. Where is my Discord at? Someone's blue meanie. All right, but it's a video. I can't really look at that now. Get a weird copyright thing. I'll make my own. I forgot the caffeine part. I have to make it a highball. Make it bad decision juice. I will already know what I'm going to do. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Megaleech. I appreciate that. 50 more games. Yeah, I don't know how to measure that. I'm just going to do an absinthe. Oh, I will do an ounce. Do an absinthe sour, and then I'll top it with energy drink. Do a highball. Yes. Let's fucking go to town. Okay, that's a plan. Now, I just have to get stuff together. Still got my peach-infused absinthe. I'll use that. Let's see, I want my sugar syrup, I want lemon juice, and I want energy drink. Energy drink. That's lemon juice. Doo-doo. Will I regret having an energy drink? Actually, I probably fucking need it. I'll do the silver one. So hopefully the blue meanie is still blue when I make it. Right. You're bloody well right. All right, I'm going to make my life easy. This is going to be a dirty dump. A dirty, dirty dump. I'll get a stylish glass to put it in, though. I've got a couple to choose from. This one. Skinny Pilsner glass. That's pretty classy. All right. Going to put ice in this. Oh, yeah. Avasarala. It's a big introduction to her in Caliban's War with the political machinations. Yeah, I've actually just got to the bit in Caliban's War where Avasarala, goddamn, am I saying her name wrong? Avasarala has gotten on the Rocinante because the UN Navy were going to kill him. Get that happening. Right. Okay, do I have everything I want over there? I need my shaker. Let's get that. I don't need a strainer because I'm going to do a dirty dump. Some people don't like that term. I do because I'm childish. Just gotta see. Is my Wonderphone still up here? Or is it down there? Oh, there it is. I see my wonderphone. Moving shit around. Wonderphone. Okay. Oofed. Okay. I have real concerns about my ability to keep going, but I went pretty well last night. Let's just see how it goes. You know what? Okay. The weird pain is definitely making me want to pee, which is probably not necessary. That's really hurting when I was sitting down. So let's go YouTube. See if I can find a fun AIDSy video. Oofed. All right, I want a sort of middling length one. Now, 1 minute's not enough. It's like 11 minutes is too long. Like Mistress M's cat eating a cucumber is kind of funny. It was like 6 years ago I was posting alcohol stuff. I should have started a cocktail channel then, god damn it. 1.5 hours. Sports for the movie. Actually, here's a fun one. Melbourne Zombie Shuffle. All right. That's actually a fun one to give me a fucking toilet break. So let's get that. 2015, Jesus, 8 years ago. It's fun when we used to have this. Okay, don't need me. And now I'm going to excuse myself.
You try to march around. I don't know if you'll even hear me, understand me. Look up mistakes in my mouth. Let's walk around and see what we can see. There's someone over there. It's like, she expects about 2/3 of the crowd doing the tourist thing. But, you know, there's some good looking people here. Very good looking people here. We're two of them.
Yes.
Two of the good looking people.
One is now.
Yum, 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 yum. Let's keep walking. It's like, earlier, there's like 90% tourists, but more of the zombie crowd has showed up late. You'll notice most of the people sitting around me aren't made up, but we'll get some good ones. Look. There's some nice people there. Family, that's what we like. That's all good. Lots of people taking pictures. Yay! Let's keep walking, see what we can find. Apparently, the amount of blood disturbs some people. But, look, occupational health and safety message right here. Take care on the job. Because, you know, stuff happens. So let's keep going, see what's going on here. Look, let's go right around. the life challenge people who are here today, showing the afterlife pride. That's what I see. So you get out and about, show people we're not just about eating flesh. No, well, we're mostly about that. We are mostly about eating flesh. Yeah, look! There's the people want to take some picture and see what's going on. We'll take some ticket. Arguably, not good public relations, to be scary, we're doing it. You go out and meet new people. And we are living in quite a nice graveyard, but meeting new people is good. So, you've got to get out and about and see new faces, half faces in some cases, new bones as well. So, we've got to all be in it together and share the pleasure. Anything? No, nothing. That's disappointing. Well, to be expected, really.
Good dream.
Yes. I thought we might have been getting somewhere, but let's put a look around. We're just preparing at the moment. The march hasn't started, so we'll see what happens once we're on the road. But I didn't come out today hoping to get married, but a zombie can dream.
I was so excited I
Great
got.
couple. It's a great day. Oh, I'm so happy I could die. I'm halfway there myself.
Jumping.
I was thinking of, I'm so freaking hot in this jacket, and just throwing myself in.
I did.
Yeah. Am I? I thought that was my real face. Alright, zombie bro, Aaron. Hello. There we go. There you go, bro.
I was making a cup of tea, and I left the teaspoon in the microwave.
Oh, no. God, I hate it when that happens. I hate that. Let's keep going. You'll get way what's in the crowd. There's a lot of our zombie bros are up here. A lot of our people. Let's keep going. Ready? It's not happening. Oh, dude, I've seen so many traumatized children.
I know. Mine for one.
Cheers.
I
I just saw you do that.
Yeah.
Daddy,
she
what's
said,
that?
I said, Daddy's going to put some zombie makeup on. She goes, oh, okay, that sounds funny. And she goes, I don't like it.
No, not good Daddy. No.
Over here.
I like some zombie debutantes.
Very nice.
Zombie debutantes.
Oh, wonderful.
That's what you want. Yeah. All right.
Zombie chicks, they're dead gorgeous.
I know. Oh, nice one. Nice one. She was fighting one of our zombie families.
There's Terry.
There's Terry. There's Terry. There's Terry.
There's cats.
There's Cat.
There's Terry.
There's Kid.
There's Cat.
There's Susan. There's our zombie feet. There's our feet. There's our zombie feet. We found our zombie feet. We're good. We're good now.
That was fun when we could do that. But, okay, that let me go for a probably unnecessary toilet break. Fuck this weird, whatever the fuck it is, injury, strain? I don't know what it is. All right, but I am going to make my blue meanie. Right. Did I get sugar syrup? Use my pineapple sugar syrup. Right. Guess I'll turn the camera around. Und I will get this shit happening. Now, honestly, actually, I won't use Wonder Foam because I'm using fucking energy drink that's got a foam up. All right, let's turn this shit on. Turn that shit up. All right. And this goes down, down, down. All right, let's get our appropriate settings on our camera. And HD. All right. And do the high-speed shooting mode. Do 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 do. Down, down, down. Okay. Got my jigger. It's going to do 2 full ounces of this shit. Oh man, that smells good. How much is that? That's 3 ounces. And I'm just putting it all in because fuck it. This will be my last drink for the night. I'm going to go under the fucking table. Okay, let's do this. Sugar syrup, lemon juice, two dashes of orange bitters, do 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 do, down down down. Okay, we want okay. Need to clean up a little bit. And if anyone watching is wearing headphones, standard warning time. Let's go, whoops, out a bit. There we go. There we go. All right, shaking time. Be good to turn the camera on. Actually doesn't hold much energy drink. That glass was almost, because I was only going to do 2 ounces, but they had 3 ounces. I'm bad. I'm a bad boy, basically. Yes, looks like the protomolecule. Thank you for that line, Mecha Leech. I will use that line. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Actually, I'm going to change something on here. wide, not that wide. Now, how's that angle? That needs to be a little bit higher. How's that? That to there, that to there. Right. Okay. Where's my absinthe? All right. Oh, I just realized I hadn't turned the camera around. All right, that'll do. I'll do this. Okay, let's see how quickly I can do this. Actually, I'm going to do just a tiny bit down. There we go. G'day, cocktail lovers. March 5th is Absinthe Day, and I gotta get on. G'day, cocktail lovers. March 5th is Absinthe Day, and I decided I had to get in on that. I do love to put a bit of absinthe in drinks. So for Absinthe Day, oh fuck, shit. I'm getting drunk. G'day, cocktail lovers. March 5th is Absinthe Day, and I thought I need to get in on this. I love a bit of absinthe in drinks, and for Absinthe Day, why not put a lot of absinthe in a drink? I've got one in particular. This, despite the name Jacques Thoreau, which sounds French, is made in Spain. Spain is one of only 2 areas in the world that continued to make absinthe when it was illegal in most of the world for most of the 20th century. And I do feel compelled to point out all the folklore about it is completely false, not exaggerated, not highlighting isolated cases. It's completely false. The full story is a little complicated, but as a combination of, I think, the wine growing people worried absinthe was eating into their margins, and just your bog standard moral panic that happens, every couple of years. And absinthe was made the bad guy and got banned. And no, the wormwood thujone is not hallucinogenic, won't make you crazy. That simply isn't true. What is dangerous about absinthe is it's usually quite high alcohol content. It's almost always over 50%. 70% is common. This maker actually color codes their absinthes. The colors are artificial. Green is 70%, red is 75%, blue is 80%, and black is 85%. And while I think it would be cool to have the strongest one, the black one actually makes your cocktails look ugly, and you still get some nice blue if you use this. And as to what to actually make with my blue absinthe, well, as for what to actually make with my blue absinthe, I got inspiration reading the Expanse series of books. The second one, Caliban's War. They make reference to a drink that's very popular in a Belter bar called the Blue Meanie. It's basically described as sweet, fruity, really high alcohol content and caffeine content. I thought, yeah, let's make something like that. And so this is how I made a Blue Meanie. Oh, and the absinthe I used in this is actually the last of my peach-infused absinthe that I made a while back. Oh, and the absinthe I use in this is actually the last of my peach-infused absinthe that I was inspired by Ryan Doka to try, and it is pretty yummy. I was initially going to use 2 ounces in the recipe, but I had just 3 ounces left, and I thought, use it all up. This drink is dangerous. I do not recommend you do this. Blue Meanie, the venue says you can only have 2 in one night. This one, I think I'm going to limit myself to one, possibly in my lifetime. But here's how I made it. In a shaker, I put 3 ounces of absinthe. And to that, I added 1 ounce of a fruit sugar syrup, and then 1 ounce of lemon juice. And then I added a bunch of ice and shook it. And I just thought this would be more fun as a dirty dump. So I've just dropped it into a suitable glass. And for the caffeine, I topped the glass with an energy drink. Looks like I'm drinking the proto molecule. Stick a straw in there and it's remarkable how much the other ingredients have tamed the absinthe. The really strong licorice flavor is under control, which honestly, that's kind of dangerous. I've got to remember to only sip this. Don't get suckered in by the fruitiness. Really, if you make a drink like this, you drink responsibly. Don't be going out doing crazy stuff and giving absinthe a bad name. I hereby swear, if I go out and do any really wild stuff, it's not the absinthe's fault. I'm just like that. In the meantime, I'm going to gently sip my Blue Meanie. Hope to see you another time. Until I do, cheers. Thank you for the proto-molecule line. I'm not joking. That's actually really nice, which is actually really dangerous. Oh, stop. All right, so I shall just be gently sipping this. As much as it just tastes fruity, so I think, oh God, I don't even want to calculate how many standard drinks this is. Too many. Oh my God, I've shrunk. I'm not very tall. All right, you know what else I was going to do tonight? I actually did that as well. I asked ChatGPT to explain the Blue Meanie to me. Okay, well, here's the other thing I was going to do. Just to chill out. The thing I haven't done for a while. Play some Red Dead. Where are we? Oh God, where's the fucking icon for it? My desktop's really crowded with images I've been using for thumbnails for streams. Ugh. And in all these little fucking icons. Where's the thing for... Oh God. I almost double-clicked on one. It was actually just a Red Dead picture that I used. Okay. What is this? Oh, there it is. Fucking... I needed to look for the Rockstar Games launcher, not a Red Dead. That's how long since I've done it. I forgot what the icon was. Oh, you put the result in Discord. Let me have a look. Blue Meanie. 1.5 ounces of gin, 1 ounce of blue curacao, pineapple juice, lime juice, simple syrup, ice, blueberries. I mean, that is honestly probably a nice drink and be very blue. It's not very high alcohol and it's got no caffeine. It meets sweet and fruity. It's not very high alcohol and it's got no caffeine. Ooh, it wants to update. All right, well, that'll be a while before I do it. I guess I could, in retrospect, I could have also added blue curacao to this to make it even bluer. I'm not joking. That's actually pretty good and is very fucking dangerous. Oh, wow. Password. Oh, God. That was a bit... Okay. Really weird. That sneeze just came on me. I do not remember my password. Yes, I do, apparently. Cool. Go me. Go me remembering my password. That, again, Megalich, that's the thing I like about ChatGPT. If you don't 100% like what it said, you say, oh, can you do it but like this? And it will change what it said. Okay, this is fucking dangerous. This is very much bad decision juice. Charlie would be proud. Gosh darn. What's the first post? Sorry, I'm seriously, I'm not drinking any more alcohol tonight. So I don't know, long stream I might. It's this one, gin, gentian, lime juice, and a dash of top with soda. Yeah, I would do more absinthe than that. I call it a first post. Published in an article called The Golden Cocktail Mile for the release of the 2013 World's End film. Okay. Named after the first pub on the bar crawl. The first post. Oh, this was created in the Everleigh at Melbourne. There you go. Yeah, I would definitely put more than 2 dashes of absinthe in there. All right, how is this thing going? Oh, there's an update. All right, I hope this does not kill my internet connection. Good Lord, this may have been a mistake. We'll have to see what happens. Take it as it comes. Oh my God. Disturbingly yummy. Doo-doo. Okay. Oh, we got the new recipe. Okay. Have a look. Adjust the recipe to make it higher alcohol content. 2 ounces of gin. That's not much. Oh, I like the green tea aspect. That's potentially very nice. I mean, say I want a higher alcohol content. Okay, an extra ½ ounce of gin and an extra ½ ounce of blue curacao. Okay, technically that is more alcohol. It is not much more alcohol, but it is more alcohol. To be as strong as mine, you'd have to have 6 ounces of gin in it, which is getting a bit excessive, quite honestly. Ooh, wowzers. What's this doing? Well, I have to admit, I still find ChatGPT quite fun to play with. It has extremely obvious limitations at the moment. And of course, the real limitation, the big one, is that it doesn't generate anything new. It regurgitates stuff it finds online. So this is Dr. Abigail. You watched Butterfly on ABC iView. Oh, gosh. Okay, well, that sounds pretty full on. Sad, crying, and depressed. Good Lord. One of those shows. We do little Simpsons sound effects. It's Patty, Marge's sister. Where's Carl? Where is he? Game's being weird. All right. So, yeah, Dr. Abigail, I'm not sure if that's a recommendation on Butterfly. It's obviously well made and impactful, but it sounds pretty draining. Oh, okay, so you want everyone to watch it. All right. ABC iView it was, Megaleech. So that's free, which is always good. All right. Things happening in here. Okay, I think I've got a bonus thing on my game. Now I've just got to check. Yes. Okay, what do I get for my bonus? Ooh, they've cut it back to only one. Okay. Oof, that's tough. Make Martin write a math joke. Makes me want to make ChatGPT do a maths joke. Where are we up to? We're on the last one. Okay. Sorry, I'm just doing a ongoing quest thingy in my Simpsons game. Love all the little voice bits in it. Oh. Three R's: reading, writing, and refilling the ocean. Okay, what am I meant to be doing? All these little random things. Oh, I'm meant to be doing that. Okay. Then I shall do that. Oh gosh, that's gone all weird. Fine, maybe saying weird. So what did we just post in Discord? Can add blue absinthe. 2 ounces gin, 1 ounce blue curacao, 1 ounce pineapple juice, half an ounce lime juice, half an ounce blue absinthe. That's being a wuss. I put 3 ounces in. Oh, now we've gone with a blueberry garnish, which is also nice, honestly. Addition of blue absinthe not only adds higher alcohol content, but brings a unique herbal flavor and blue color to the cocktail. Complements the tropical fruitiness of the blue curacao and pineapple. Balances out the sweetness, slightly bitter, and anise-like taste. Enjoy responsibly. That's the big thing. Drink responsibly. I'm just taking little sips because it's actually really yummy. And it would be disturbingly easy to drink that much faster. But there's a lot of ice in it, so it's going to stay cold. And it will, in fact, dilute a bit as time goes by, which is probably good for me. Yes, I did notice it took out the green tea in that version. Green tea might actually be an interesting addition. I would say that what it's come up with is a not terrible recipe. I don't think I'm going to make it because this one is, oh God, the equivalent of 3 cocktails. So I'll just chill out a bit. Oh, okay. Come on, write a math joke. What's going on here? Make the Simpsons do things. There's Wolf Castle. I personally love the subtlety of the Wolf Castle joke. because Wolf Castle is obviously meant to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, and there were all the rumors of Nazi history with Schwarzenegger, or at least his father. And the original logo, like icon badge that was on Volkswagens, which was Hitler's car, was a wolf on a castle, the Wolf Castle. So they've put in the sideways reference, a couple of steps removed of Schwarzenegger's potential Nazi links. I think The Simpsons is not famous for subtle jokes. I think on the standards of a Simpsons joke, that is subtle, and I think a lot of people probably missed it. Or maybe no one missed it, and I'm just trying to feel clever. And everyone knows, and I'm silly. I don't know. Wait, what's this bloody game doing? I was going to play this game. Still updating. Okay. So much for that plan. It was a great plan. It's not really working out at the moment. Alrighty. Which one am I collecting? Got all these little sub things in this game. Got to remember. Oh, yeah, I was doing that. Okay. Tap, tap, tap. Simpsons Farmville. What did we just add to Discord? Oh, add back the green tea. So now it's the blue meanie is 2 ounces gin, 1 ounce blue curacao, 1 ounce pineapple juice, half an ounce lime juice, half an ounce simple syrup, half an ounce blue absinthe, 1 ounce green tea, and blueberry garnish. I will go back to that. Sounds like a decent drink. That absolutely sounds like a decent drink. It's essentially a quite strong sour, which is essentially what this is as well. This is a very, very strong sour. That's a quite strong sour. But yeah, no, I would say that's probably that is a quite decent recipe. And I think the green tea would be a very interesting element in there. All right. Tap, tap, tapping. You go there. You go there. Remember the early days of Facebook with all the stupid fucking games? Farmville? Mafia Wars? No one does that shit anymore. There's no games on Facebook. Thankfully, I was like blocking a fucking dozen invites a day at one point. It's just like, no, fuck off. I don't want to play games on Facebook. Fuck off. And that went away, thankfully. Oh, Dr. Abigail, you actually used to play Mafia Wars a lot. I never played it. I got so many invites to it. I was reminded of it simply because this Simpsons game is basically Farmville, but with Simpsons characters. And I happen to quite like it. God, how long? I don't even know how long I've been playing this. Is it 10 years? It might be 10 years. So somewhere between, I think it's probably at least 7 years. Somewhere between 7 and 10 years. There we go. Let's see, I'm going to go through a cycle and then put them all to bed, basically. Put them to bed. It's like 400 individual little characters in here. So it takes a little bit of time to put them all to a task. I mean, there are faster ways to do it than what I'm doing. I've just developed certain habits and borderline obsessive decisions that I make each time. Like, you don't have to make any decision. There are some things you can do automated. But there's a bunch of decisions I like to make, which is, you know, arguably silly. Oops, I think I just forgot something then. See if I can work it out. Okay. Oh, Martin. Okay, that's good. What was I doing? Looking. Yeah, I did lose him. Where is he? There he is. Was looking for a particular... Okay, I can feel this fucking alcohol, honestly. All right, so I'm going to drink the rest of the energy drink as well, and then it will be a warring... It's like there are two wolves within you. One is a chronic alcoholic who just made a cocktail with 3 shots of high proof absinthe. The other is having energy drinks to try and stay awake. You are going to have coronary. All right, well, I did that. I also got more of these silly religious magazines this week. It's Toby who signed me up for them, I think. And it's funny. Ooh, man, caught my phone. Costing these stupid evangelicals money, sending it to me. That's one. I think there's another couple somewhere. What did I do with them? It's like there's so many of them. It might be in my bag. So that might be a thing. I cannot be bothered to do it. Nice. Memes. I like memes. I'm glad I reminded you of a meme. What's the meme? Let me have a look. In the memes hash. Oh my God. Chief, what's his name from DS9? Oh no, Next Generation. There are 2 wolves inside you. Sorry about the transporter accident. That is good. I like that. What was his? I've forgotten his fucking name. It's weird. Okay, it's not weird that I know the actor's name, Cole Meany. Chief O'Brien. That's it. Someone did a really funny series of webcomics ages ago, like Chief O'Brien, and he's just like clinically depressed most of the time, sitting there at a transporter thing. And just occasionally gets like thoughts come into his head like, I could just beam you all out into space right now. All right, I'm going to turn this overhead. I'm not going to make any more videos. I may well have drinks later, but I'm too fucking smashed and disoriented to... Let's move some things around. Move that out of the way a bit. Move this out of the way a bit. Hot damn. Oh, nice. So he was in the pilot of The Next Generation and was all the way through DS9. There you go. Okay, it's disturbing how drinkable this is. Something with 3 ounces of 80% ABV absinthe should not be drinkable. It should be a struggle to take every sip. And it isn't. It's really tasty, which makes it super fucking tasty. In fact, that would be super illegal in Melbourne Bar, I think. Responsible service of alcohol laws limit the amount of alcohol that can be in a drink. See if I can get an answer. What's the maximum amount of alcohol allowed in a cocktail in Melbourne? Alcohol and the law. How much alcohol is safe to drink? None, really. It's poison. I refuse to pussyfoot around that and say, oh, no, you can have some. No, it's fucking things. Okay, summary. Drinking, how alcohol affects health, reasons, alcohol laws in Victoria. Maybe if I put RSA, like you have to know it for responsible service of alcohol. What does the RSA service say? Ugh, you know what? Honestly, my attention span is waning. So I'm not going to do that. Wait, Red Dead's working. I want to play the oldest Arthur save I have. See what I can do. Oh, man. Okay, this is diluting more as I go through. So even the licorice taste is fading away a bit, and it's just sweet. Very, very, very dangerous. Look it up. Oh, I'm not going to watch it. Butterfly iView. ABC iView. Let me see. What does it tell me? Groundbreaking drama tells the story of an 11-year-old Max who identifies as a girl, wants to live her life as Maxine. From BAFTA award-winning screenwriter and playwright Tony Marchant. Wow. From Turf Island, no less. So what's it? It's 3 episodes. Each about 45 minutes. Yes. Right, you can hear the Red Dead going on there. I'm going to close a bunch of tabs because they're confusing me. Right. Red Dead story. Right, so I've got to load it. I'm probably just going to spend the whole night saying how disturbing it is, how good this... No, it's not humoring you, Dr. Abigail. I'm glad I know what it is now. I'll raise it with Mrs. Angry, see if she wants to watch it on our TV watching nights next week. Because we run out of full series to go through. We're now watching some stuff that's only coming out 1 episode a week. Last Ooh, interesting. Got I want to game here. Load again. The oldest Arthur game I have. Arthur's just got more depth as a character than John Marston. John's okay. Oh, if it's choppy, the problem's probably mine. So I think it was just choppy for me. It's because I'm loading something that might be stressing my machine. It might settle down in a bit. All right. Ah, okay. So I'm gonna. All right. Hopefully settling down. All right. So I'll put myself in here. Okay, well, Arthur's got a bit of money. So we're in Saint-Denis. Arthur's wearing a top hat because he feels fancy. And there are actually crickets in Saint-Denis. It's a bit confusing for me because I feel like maybe it's the cicadas outside. Oops, what's that about?
Hello, mister. Hey there. Hey, mister. Hello there.
He has a nice hat. I almost wanted to beat him up for his hat.
Hey, y'all.
He said hello to me.
I tell you, life ain't easy.
Oh, I suddenly just realized what you were saying you had. Megaleech, the Ned's whiskey. I haven't had the cola one. The ginger ale one was really good, though. Oh, I just realized something. How to keep track of something here. Hey, Justin, how you doing? It's my hoss. Gotta remember all the controls on this. Yep, I got one of the best horses.
Beautiful day. Hey there, partner. Hello. Oh, do you have the time there? I don't know.
No one knows the time. What's wrong with him?
Hey! I have to say, I was pretty good. All right.
It's like too long since I played this game, and no, I don't want to save this. I'm just fucking about. Turn off autosave. Hello, Kirsten. And Justin, I hope your new medication works out for you. Okay. Hey, Kirsten, did you get the email about the new Starwood whiskey today? I got it, and I was really excited. And then it was like $180, and I'm not that excited. Hey, honey, how's it going? Oh, maybe I need to look at the map. Is there anything on the map? Ooh, there's a mystery there. Ah, Brother Dawkins. Yeah, let's go talk to him. Kirsten, I shall absolutely entertain you to the best of my ability. Why did my house start running? I didn't ask it to start running.
Hello there, mister. Hey there. Hey, friend.
Reese Arthur says hello in a slightly less insane manner. Okay,
Treat people with
so Kirsten, the Chardonnay cask is a thing that it's in itself doesn't interest you. Well, I was just like, oh, there's a new one. What is it? It certainly didn't excite me to the $180 they're asking for it. So why does my horse occasionally start running? Sister, what are we doing? My horse is being weird. I shall walk over to speak with you.
Hey, ma'am. Hello, sir. Hey, y'all.
Oh, monsieur.
Good to see Anderson dead.
All right, where's the sister? No, wait, I lost her. Where is she? Oh, she out here.
Mr. Morgan.
Hello, sister.
Hello, sister.
Brother Dorcas and I were talking about you just the other day and hoping we would see you again.
How is Brother Dork?
Oh, he's quite well. A little frustrated with the workings of our order. He keeps trying to be sent overseas, something with more challenge.
Oh, I'm gonna get my energy drink.
Missionary.
Oh, she's talking.
Lovely man.
Sure.
And how are you?
Never better?
Are you sure?
Quite sure, sister.
A long time ago, I was like you.
I very much doubt that.
Oh, joy, terrible things, awful things. And I could not stop doing terrible things because I did not believe that goodness existed.
Bet she didn't murder as many people as Arthur did.
And ever since then, doing bad things became not impossible.
Oof, Kirsten, Sullivan's Cove released a really expensive one. Okay.
Just open.
Oh, I'd been meaning to ask you.
I should pray for you.
I saw a Nance whiskey. Actually, is that too confusing, me talking while they're talking in the game?
What
I might just let them talk.
religion is just a word. But they're rarely impure either.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
You want to know how many people Arthur's murdered? Few hundred.
So we must all do what we can.
Also, fuck yeah, Arthur's beard.
Go find them some food. Don't worry so much about your heart. The actions will lead, and the heart follows. I still think of you in very nasty terms, as you wish.
Why is my controls not working? There we go.
These children need your help.
Oh yeah, I'll give her money.
You know what, sister? I've got some money on me right now. You can buy some food with this.
Oh, you're so wonderful, Mr. Morgan.
No, that ain't true.
Not really wonderful, but so very frightening. Exactly.
Yeah, like I murdered someone for that money, sister. Just so you know.
Consider your good deed back for the devil.
So Kirsten, Sullivan's Cove released a 21-year-old whiskey for $2,500. Fuck me. Well, I didn't win Lotto last night, so I'm not getting that. Okay, I was going to ask you for something much more modest. There was this Nant whiskey in a Woolworths. And I think it was like originally like $150, and they was selling it for like $100. And I don't know if it's worth it. Like that Nant, that's what do you call it? The old school Tasmanian one, isn't it?
Hello there.
So yeah, so I don't know if this one is just overpriced, but it's it's like last bottle or two in this Woolworths or something, so it's marked way down.
How are you, ma'am?
Hello.
I always say, manners cost nothing.
So Nant was the dodgy one. Okay.
Okay there?
That they did some dodgy repackaging.
Hello, ma'am.
How do you do?
Dr. Abigail, good point. Arthur does not have the body count of the Catholic Church.
Hey there.
And in fact, most of Arthur's killings
Hey, mister.
were way less. Now, Sadie's in this bar. Okay. Sadie's always good for. Oh, fucking okay, horse. What was that about?
Every day's the last week.
Very classy, Arthur.
Guess they know now we ain't in the city.
Who, Mr. Milton's friends?
Yeah, they've had patrols out ever since you boys disappeared. Well, at least you're alive.
For now, yeah.
We're looking pretty sick.
Guama.
Yeah.
Nothing nice.
Oh, we're just back from
What
Guama.
happened to Dutch? He seems.
I don't know. Seems as what began happening in Blackwater began happening years ago, maybe. Slow decline, I guess.
What do you mean?
I ain't quite sure. What happened here?
Dutch is an
I
asshole.
started gathering people up as best I could after you boys left. And John, you know that part.
I do.
And Hosea.
So that too.
Hell, we got Lenny's body out as well. After the war, and buried them together.
Where's my horse? How'd it go around here?
You come?
All right, so Nant did the barrel scam, but they have good whiskey.
Look, you coming or not? Follow me.
Shut the fuck up, Sadie. I'm coming. But yes, I was trying to decide if it was worth getting this slightly pricey Nant whiskey that was on a like $50 off.
So, what's your plan here?
Well, I figure before we do anything, we need to make sure John's even still in this prison.
Right. Gonna go rescue John.
We need to get up high enough to get a proper look at the place.
It's on an island, ain't it? Unless you're planning on learning how to fly.
That's exactly what we're doing.
A hot air balloon.
I found us a hot air balloon.
Nice.
You ain't serious.
Now, the pilot, or whatever you call him, he thinks we're just in it for a lesson. Bit of a tour. He's quite the character. I think you'll like him.
You know, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
You really
Oh,
stepped things up.
those long shadows look really cool.
Hey, we didn't know if he was even coming back. The whole thing hit folks real hard. You can see it. Heron's gone falling fully into the bottle. Strauss is a bag of nerves. Swanson's actually gone and cleaned up his act. So I guess it ain't all gone to shit. I'm just happy you boys were able to find us. Javier said he got the letter I left at the post office.
That was a good idea.
Until the Pinkertons showed up.
The Pinkertons, scumbags.
Right, I've been hunting O'Driscoll boys. Killed 2 of the sons of bitches at a campsite last week.
What?
Good on you, Sadie.
Seems they've drifted down this way now.
You're a busy woman, Sadie Adler.
Oh, is that balloon?
She a beauty, ain't she?
From here on the ground, yes.
Mr. Bullard? Mr. Bullard. Mrs. Adler. It's good to see you. Good to see you. This is my friend I told you about, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Arturo Bullet. At your service, sir. At your service.
Arthur Morgan.
Well, it's a nice, fresh day for flying, sir. A day like today, an Icarus would have made it across the sea. You ever flown before, sir?
No.
Oh, it's quite a thing. Quite a thing. Now,
Nice goggles.
these on and hop in.
Well, is she coming?
Women can't fly, sir. Are you insane?
Yeah.
Oh, no, sir. There's terrible damage to them, to their vapors. I thought everyone knew
To
about
their
that.
vapors.
A delicate flower like Mrs. Adler. Heavens above. Or below. Ah,
Where'd you
Delicate
find this
flower.
guy?
I was hoping you two would get on.
Are you sure about this?
certain, sir. Quite certain. Mrs., let us away. Wish us luck. But won't crash twice. Now,
I've only crashed twice.
and hope for the best. Ah.
You boys
Oh.
have fun.
How did you get out of this?
Just give it a good yank. Don't be shy.
Ah, it's left shift. Okay.
Up and away.
Kirsten washing dishes. Okay, I'll keep you company.
Vapors of our own. It's a little overcast, but I'm expecting some good wind once we're high enough.
All
We
right,
should still have
let
some
us
decent
ascend.
views over the river.
All right.
Now, one hates to be coarse, but on the subject of ablutions, liquids over the side, solids, do your utmost to levy the situation.
Okay, Mr. Bullard.
I had a client once who fell foul to a rotten oyster on the ascent.
Such a beautiful
Decided he had
game.
the experience for all involved. Keep going, sir. We need to get up above the clouds.
All right, above the
Really is
clouds.
stunning up there. You'll have seen nothing like it.
Yeah, continuing to ascend.
All right, then. Let's break through these clouds.
All right, let's indeed break through the clouds. There you go.
Yes, heavenly indeed. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Feels
Oh,
like
above
there's
the
a nice
clouds.
westerly wind, so keep her around this height. It's state of the art, sir.
State of the art. Do a flip. I wonder if you can jump off the side.
It's words and words.
Actually, what am I doing? What am I doing? What are we all doing in chat? I'll stop playing the game for a while. Say hello. Helping entertain Kirsten while she does dishes. Do a barrel roll. I'm not even sure. I was actually tempted to see if you could jump over the side because I'm not sure. That would be a spectacular way to die, jumping out of the air balloon that's actually above the clouds. I remember the first time I played Red Dead was on the PlayStation, and well, there were a few glitches, but one really weird one got me. I was going into a house. I think it was part of a quest. So I sort of parked my horse and I go into the house, and then Arthur fell into a void. It was just like nothingness in the game, just like gray. And Arthur was falling. He's going, ah! And it went on for ages. Arthur just falling, going, ah! And then he landed on the ground somewhere. And I thought, what the fuck was that? And I looked on the map, and it was like on the other side of the map. My horse was away to fuck, and I couldn't get it. And I was on foot, so far away from anywhere I wanted to be. It was so weird. Another lesser glitch I got once when I was in the city, Saint Denis, and I upset some people. I don't know, I did something aggressive. And so they all started running away. And there's lots of doors you can't go in the city. In fact, it's like 90+% of the doors you can't go in the city. But I scared an NPC, and she opened a door that Arthur can't go in. And she went in, and I don't know, I went in behind her, and we were both then just in this little grey void. Arthur wasn't falling. It was just in a very constrained space. I couldn't open the door to get out, so I was trapped in the void with this NPC. I couldn't scare her enough to open the door again. And so after faffing about for a while, trying to work out, is there some way to get out of here? I worked out there was no way to get out of there. So I just detonated a stick of dynamite, kill Arthur, and respawn somewhere out in the regular world. It's always kind of funny, though, when you stumble across an odd glitch like that. But, yep. Sorry. A variety of weird stains on my laptop screen. Probably from various drinks I've had. Where are we? 9:30. Okay. I don't feel that drunk from that extremely alcoholic drink. So having said that, that's probably my excuse to actually have another drink at some point. I was very much of a mind like, oh, that might be enough for the night. That was a lot. But okay, we'll see how we go anyway. It's pretty easy. Maybe it's just because I'm drinking an energy drink that I think I'm fine. So now I have to drink enough energy drink. Sorry, I have to drink enough alcohol to counteract the energy drink so I can sleep. That's good health thinking, isn't it? Ooh, Dr. Abigail, you got some drinks. What drinks did you get for tonight? It's Irish whiskey day. Maybe I'll have some more Irish whiskey. I've got some little I've got a whole bunch of Teeling Irish whiskies. Single grain I've still got. Small batch. Cute little sample bottles. And I have a full size bottle of a single malt. Might for fun do another taste comparison so I can decide which one I like the most. Mayhap. Ooh, experimental ciders. I used to be very big into experimental ciders because there's some wild ones. Raspberry was meh. Pear you haven't tried yet. Depending how they've made it, pear ciders tend to be a bit drier than apple ciders. That's not universally true because you get some dry apple ciders as well. And you get some sweeter pear ones, but very broadly, pear ones tend to be drier. In fact, in England, where they get a bit finicky, like cider has to be apple, the pear equivalent is called perry, Perry. Little bit of trivia. I'm just remembering, because I haven't actually been to England for, I don't know, 7 years. Drinker in chief. What, you mean my the caption under my name? I kind of like that. Okay, so in your experience, you think pear ciders are sweeter? It's a long time since I've drunk much ciders, so maybe I'm forgetting. So yes, well, yes, maybe I'll change another time. It's weird how difficult StreamYard make to change it. Like I have to actually leave the stream, go into the settings and change it, and then come back. Ooh, the cocktail czar. I mean, these are all good. Drinker in chief, cocktail czar. I like them. Just double checking. Wait, what have we got? Bubble. Yeah, I can show headlines. But why can't I edit headlines? I also can't edit my screen name. Brand one. Oh! Okay, you can have multiple brands. I get it. Video clips. I can have background music. Don't really want that, quite honestly. You play this video.
You are totally fucked up!
That's someone made that for me like 10 years ago. Very, very short animation. Very cute though. Yes, okay, so I need to come up with other titles that I can swap between at various times. All right, yeah, I was already sort of ruminating on where the other religious magazines were. I think they're in my bag. My work bag, laptop bag that I take to work when I go into work in the city. Because I got them from the post office box in the city. And yes. I always wonder if someone's going to see me do it and think I'm some evangelical nutbag. Oh, wait, what's this one? Sorry. Evolution's Dirty Little Secrets. Okay, suddenly I need to read that. I just noticed like one of the things they mentioned on the cover. Evolution's Dirty Little Secrets. I need to know what Evolution's Dirty Little Secrets are. All right. Lies, lies, and more lies. At least they're honest. That's like the contents of this. Lies, lies, and more lies. It's nice that they're being honest. Evolution's Dirty Little Secrets. Sotheby's offered a handwritten manuscript of Charles Darwin defending the theory of evolution. Winning bid was for £719,000. According to at least one of the theory's most devoted acolytes, to doubt the truth of evidence shows you to be ignorant, stupid, insane, or wicked. Look, I will just say people who refute evolution on religious grounds are fucking idiots. And I think a lot of them are malicious. Yes, Megaleech, that's what I was hoping. The dirty secret was sex. Every cell a smoking gun. The first dirty little secret we'll uncover, even the simplest living cell, is devastating to the theory of evolution. This is going to be a big surprise to biologists because you'd think this is something they would have noticed it. But anyway, Charles Darwin said little was known about cells. That's true. Smallest, simplest unit seemed that simple. Bit of jelly, a few boring features. 1 billion chemical reactions take place every second in a human cell. Not sure if that's true, but I know cells are freakishly complicated. Not random chemical reactions. Each human cell is filled with thousands of proteins. I have no idea how accurate this stuff they're saying is. See a diagram of the motor protein some bacteria use to help them move, built on 78,000 atoms. This is okay. This is just, again, this is the argument. Like, I'm stupid. I don't understand how complicated things evolve. Therefore, evolution doesn't happen. Shut the fuck up, dude. Biochemist Douglas Axe, AXE, awesome name, examine the probability of even one protein of any significant functionality at all forming by chance, estimated it to be 1 in 10 to the 64. Along with colleague Angoja, Axe explored the possibility one protein could evolve from another similar protein. Currently understood rates of mutation would take 10 to the 27 years. 1 octillion. Okay, he's literally just making stuff up and saying, it's too complicated, I don't understand it, so it's not real. Design is our DNA. Darwin over the gaps. Next dirty secret. Evolution lets us turn the tables on those who would jeer at supposedly blind faith. Theory of evolution depends on slow and steady accumulation of small variations. Large jumps would imply... Again, I love it when they just make statements that are absolutely nonsensical. Large jumps would imply an active designer or planner. Why? Why would they? Why would they? The result, according to evolution, should be smooth transition in the fossil record. Again, the fossil record is grossly incomplete for a start. Oh my god. Oh god, the eye. This is one of the favorite ones. Next dirty secret. You don't need to be an expert. All you need to do is look in the mirror at your remarkable evolution-defying eyes, because evolution continues to offer no credible explanation for how new organs can form. Except there are creatures, subterranean dwelling creatures, where they don't have light, that they have what you could call proto-eyes. They don't have eyes. They have sensory organs under the skin that can detect some amount of light and movement. So that's like what eyes evolved from. We actually have the evidence for patterns of how eyes would have evolved. But anyway, these people are fucking idiots. Yes, Megalish, they don't exactly use logic. They just go, nah. The whole argument is, nah. Yes, Dr. Abigail, absolutely true. Overwhelming evidence for evolution without the fossil record. And yes, we have figured out the evolutionary step for eyes. They love doing that, though. Justin, watching show What Happens, a bunch of 12-year-old boys left alone in a house for a few days. Narrator sounds like they're narrating a nature show. I'd love to know the name of that show and through what thing you're watching it. Because I suspect it's very unscientific, but as again, right? Seriously, anyone who wants to argue creationism is worth zero time. There is no value whatsoever in engaging with them. It's just like so mind-bendingly stupid that it's just like, yeah, you know what? I don't think I'll waste any time with you. I'll always remember it's like, you know, the debate, Bill Nye, the science guy, who's not a scientist. He's not a biologist. He's a science educator. He's a teacher. And he did a debate with that fucking idiot who's actually an Australian, but built the Noah's Ark theme park in America, Ken Ham. And there was one great shot where Ken Ham was saying something so stupid. Bill Nye is just looking at him going, what the fuck are you saying? He didn't say that, but just the look of, as it was this brilliant mix of confusion and contempt. It's just like, what in the ever-loving fuck are you talking about? Ah, he's an engineer. Thank you. Yes, but he's become famous as Bill Nye the Science Guy. He's been a science educator. So he researches stuff before he presents it. But yeah, he may present stuff on astronomy. He's not an astronomer. He may present stuff on biology. He's not a biologist. But he is a very good communicator. And but yeah, that thing he did with Ken Ham was fucking wild. Because, again, someone like Ken Ham has no integrity whatsoever. No intellectual integrity, no moral integrity. That's the thing that blows my mind. These people who want to impose a religious doctrine, but they have no actual moral integrity themselves. Again, and I would actually say the majority of religious people who aren't in leadership roles do have moral integrity, actually. Lots don't, but it's the people running things that just no integrity at all. That's why it's an absolute waste of time. Like there's the whole, YouTube spawned that whole debate bro thing. You debate me, bro? And it's like, no. Because the sort of people that I disagree with most have absolutely no integrity. They won't sort of stick to a thing. You ever seen the ones where it's like their entire position is just fucked and shit, and they go, well, I'm right because blah, and you go, here's my sources, you're wrong, and they go, oh yeah, but blah, and you go, okay, that is also wrong. Here are the sources. And all they do is they just flip. They go, oh, yeah, well, blah. It's just like they are just fucking wasting your time. So, Justin, this thing called What If 10 Were Left to Live Together? Hi, Laura. Sorry, I freaking missed you. Hello. Ken Ham quote was, God exists or God doesn't exist. Which would you prefer to be true? Oh, God, that's like a variation of Pascal's wager, which is the dumbest thing ever. It's like some philosopher said, like, it's like either God exists or God doesn't exist. If God exists and you don't believe him, then you're up shit creek. But if God doesn't exist and you do believe him, you haven't lost anything. So therefore believe in God. And it's like, I'm sorry, your version of God is stupid enough to be tricked that you were just believing in him to hedge your bets? What would happen if 10 boys were left to live together? I am actually I'm not going to play it, but I just want to find it. What would happen if 10... There, it auto-completed. Were left to live together. Almost 861,000 views from a year ago. 49 minutes. Absolute documentaries. 10 boys just met, left alone together. And there's 10 girls left to live together without adult supervision. Yeah, I'm going to go with that's not very scientific. And also, I would bet a bunch of it is like staged. All right. Yeah, see, Justin, it doesn't prove kids need discipline. What it shows is people who would do an unscientific and morally unsound experiment like that will use it to prove the point that they wanted to prove at the start. There's like no value whatsoever in any real terms. Kirsten, you think it's from the 90s? Fair enough. Okay, for anyone who missed from early, I have this weird, I don't know, muscle strain or something. And it hurts, and the pain is in the exact place, and creates exactly the same pain as if you've got a really overfull bladder, like you have to pee so much it's hurting. And yeah. Oh, I should play. Okay. And so that's my whole preamble. I have to play a video. Well, I'm choosing to play a video while I go and have a toilet break because I have this weird pain. Kirsten, I was being nice, saying unscientific. I would also throw in immoral, dishonest. Even without seeing it, it's like radiates dishonesty. Yes, demographic of the kids, classic Lord of the Flies, upper-class white kids. Yeah. But again, Lord of the Flies, which a lot of people treat as somehow scientific, is a work of fiction as well. So Laura, best thing about Ken Ham. Oh, yes. The Ark Experience theme park had to close because it got damaged too bad in flooding. That was very funny. That almost makes me believe in a god, actually, because if I was the Christian god, I would fucking destroy Ken Ham because he's a horrible venal scam artist. So if I was the Christian god, I would absolutely fuck him up. Right. So that preamble, I am going to put a little tube of it. I found. A sec. Okay. Look, this one, I think. What we do? How to get started in comedy, or I think how to get started in comedy, actually. So we'll do that.
So the question that I was going to ask you, it's been on my mind for a while. How specifically did you get into comedy or telling jokes?
I got into comedy by the route of stand-up comedy.
Oh, yeah.
And that was specifically I went to clubs and pubs that had open nights, open sessions, and signed up for them.
Yeah.
And then did my 5 minutes and was very bad. And then
so there was a little bit of a phase where you were getting to your style and that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot to learn, and I learned a lot. There was much to learn, and I sort of kept on signing up for the open nights until I was there 3-4 years, and then they started putting me on in the middle bracket, which is where you start getting paid. And then finally I started getting featured, and that was grand. That was fantastic. But I got into it specifically by saying to myself, I want to do this. I want to do that what they're doing on the telly, and I reckon I'll be good at it. And so I went along to the open nights and signed up, and that's how it happened.
That's pretty much it. All right. Mm-hmm. One more question. Do you have any tips for first timers or people going out into the stand-up comedy circuit?
Yes, I do. I have many tips. I have many tips. The first one is that it's not going to happen overnight. You've got to be prepared to put the time and the work in. And if you're prepared to do that, then you're going to be okay. The other thing is to be open. You get up in front of a crowd first time, you're freaking out. Because it's like there's several hundred people there, and it's like, I've got my bag full of jokes, bugger all else.
Yeah.
And if they don't like it, they'll kill me with rocks and spears and stuff, and then they'll rush the stage and then they'll beat me up with their legs. And so you just got to get up there and go, no, they want you to win. They want you to win. So you've got to try and come up there with as much ease as you can, and try and take them on the journey that you imagined back in your bathroom when you were writing the jokes. And try and force yourself into ease rather than stress. And also, think about them. What are your audience into? What do they like? What are they up for? And write jokes according to that, not just what impresses you.
Okay, there's a little bit of AZ comedy insights. Well, I had to excuse myself. Okay, Teeling love 46% for their special whiskies, Irish whiskies. It's Irish Whiskey Day. It's still Friday. Oh, 3rd of March, Irish Whiskey Day. And I have a couple little sample bottles of Teeling and one big bottle of Teeling. 3 different whiskies. I'm going to retaste them all. So my nose is starting to get blocked up, and I don't know what that's about. But do a little sippy sip. Ooh, what's that? It's really herbal. Really strong. Like an astringent honey. Very, very herbal. It's like if the bees had got nectar from something that has a really strong flavor. Oh no, Kirsten, you didn't get pizza on Employee Appreciation Day. That's not good. Neither did I, but I was working from home. So I did get nuggets and chips though, because that's what I made for dinner. Oh God, speaking of which, is that all gone, or did Young Miss Angry put it in the fridge? Oh gosh. Okay, I need to put some stuff in the fridge so I can reuse it tomorrow. All right, just weird thoughts that pop into my head. All right. Chicken and chips. Here we go. Oh, I might even do like a loaded thing with these tomorrow. I just thought of something really cool I can do with these. Okay. Real culinary adventure. I can do these tomorrow with some mac and cheese and some mushroom. All right, but got to squish. I should have used the bigger Tupperware container. That's okay. I'll squish them into this one. Squish. Squish them all. Squish them. There we go. Okay, nuggies and chips in the fridge. All right. Okay. So, single grain is a very strong herbal element for my palate anyway. And small batch. I don't know, these Irish whiskies have a sort of harsh element to my palate. And I know that probably, to a lot of whiskey drinkers, that make me sound like a wuss, because that's not a thing a lot of people say about Irish whiskey. I'm just going to get some water to cleanse my palate. Oofed. Oh, redonkulous. And the single malt, which made a really nice old-fashioned last night. Ooh. That's probably the easiest drinking of the three. Hey, Strictly Sega, how's it going? Thank you, Dr. Abigail. Tupperware has to come from the Tupperware region of the USA. Otherwise, it's sparkling plasticware. I am, in fact, it's Irish Whiskey Day, Strictly Sega. So I've got 2 little sample bottles of limited edition Teeling whiskies and 1 big bottle of Teeling single malt. These are not their bog standard whiskies. These are special ones. Oh, and I sort of embarrassed myself last night making a video because I had a little gift pack of what do you call it? Jack Daniel's whiskies. And I'd always wanted to do, because it had the cheapest one, their standard one, the old number 7. And they had a couple more expensive ones. One that retails for like double the amount of the old number 7. So I thought, I'm going to make an old fashioned with these 3 different Jack Daniels that are at 3 price points and see, does the most expensive one make the best old fashioned? Like I did a blind taste test. Mrs. Angry helped me. And I got it completely wrong, trying to guess which was which. And it turned out the one I liked the most was the one made with the cheapest whiskey. So read into that what you will. So I think you've told me about this, selling Tupperware. Forced to tell people only officially branded Tupperware is Tupperware, otherwise it's just plasticware. Well, that's true. Like, they're photocopiers, not Xerox machines, and they're sticking plasters, not Band-Aids. Tupperware doesn't have lids, it has seals. Nice. See, now we know more. All right, so I put a little bit of ice in there, open up the flavors a bit with a bit of water, chill it. So what's this one again? The single grain. God, that almost has a fairy floss element in it now. Really light sugar, but again, something really astringent on the end of it. Not something I would sip. Strict Sega, I have not heard about an alcohol fungus. Do tell. God, I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. That hurts. Oh, God. I just feel like I'm falling apart. That's okay. Well, it's not really, but, you know, it's unavoidable to a certain extent. Palate cleanse. Now, the small batch. Yep, there's something in these Irish whiskies that is just not doing it for me. Astringent is the word that I have. So Jack Daniels are in trouble. The storage facility is leaking alcohol, creating a fungus. That's interesting. Because their storage facility would have, I don't know, Christ, hundreds of thousands of barrels. I need to look that up. Kirsten, you'll have Tupperware for long-term storage. Husband's only allowed to use the J-Corp. Fair. Completely fair. All right, and finally, the single malt. Oh, thank you. Strictly saying you actually found the article for me. Okay, let me see. Come on, Discord. I accidentally shut you down. So, Mega Leech, did I realize who was on the clip with AIDSy? Well, I saw Rob was in the background. Was Pat in there too? Because Pat would have been with Rob. Whiskey fungus. Yes, let's check this out. And Crusts, a Tennessee town. Okay, we're going fucking 13-foot ladder here. 13-foot ladder. Oh, it's 12-foot ladder, not 13-foot. Wait, where did I get 13-foot from? See if that will unlock the article for me. Oh, 12-foot's been disabled for this site. Okay, well, fuck it. They want me to pay for it, so I'm not going to see it. Because fuck the New York Times. Oh, no. I've gotten in trouble for doing that. Heating stuff up in the microwave. And what I learned is fat, oil, will get so hot, it will damage your plasticware. Yes, I got in trouble for doing that. I don't do it anymore. But yes, that was a revelation. I tell you one I don't get, actually. I've got this plastic thing that's specifically designed to microwave bacon. Now, that sounds terrible, microwave bacon. But this thing's designed to like let airflow around it and the fat drain off. And actually is pretty yummy. Probably not as good as oven baked or pan fried bacon, but again, because just the words microwave bacon just inspire revulsion. But anyway, this thing is specifically designed for microwaving bacon. And the fucking thing, it burnt. Like the bacon fat got so hot it burnt it and melted bits of it. And I'm going, well, what the fuck? This is actually specifically for microwaving bacon. How the fuck is it melting? It's ridiculous. Megalich, you had one when you were a teenager. I've got one now. Should I do it for science? Microwave some bacon now? I mean, weird, but I could probably eat some bacon. Okay, I am never going to be an Irish whiskey sipper, I don't think, because great in mixed drinks, but it just doesn't do it for me, drinking it straight. Not that I hardly drink any spirits straight, basically. I just don't. Oh, God, Kirsten. Husband skipped Tupperware orientation. Well, that was a mistake. Lasagna in the air fryer. Depends on your air fryer if it's going to go through. Like, what might actually work with lasagna is to microwave it first to heat it through better, and then air fryer to make it crispy. All right, fuck it. I'm going to do... First, I'll show you the thing. Okay, where is it? Okay, so this is a bacon microwaver. 2 pieces, little lid just to stop it spattering everywhere. And there's contours in it so the bacon gets out of it. But you see the white bits, that's where it's like, it's fucking burnt, which makes no sense. Also, I don't know if I'm putting fucking plastic poisons in my body if I do this. You know what? I put worse things in my body all the goddamn time. Kirsten, you think Irish whiskey's for mixing? Yeah, well, it certainly is for me. All right, so I'm going to put... let's just put 2 bits of bacon in. And I forget how long you're meant to do it. I might put it 2 minutes and see what happens. You've got a fairly strong microwave. All right. It's a nice bacon. It's not a really flash bacon, but it's a nice one. Streaky bacon. That's my favourite sort of bacon, streaky bacon. All right, so put... All right. Yeah, it's only really going to hold 2 pieces. This. All right. We're doing bacon science. We'll put this back in the fridge. It's got that nice smoky bacon thing. This is just also making me want to think, ooh, you know what I should do? I should bacon fat wash some whiskey. Because that flavour goes so well with whiskey. So, okay. So this is what it looks like before it goes in. Big old pieces of bacon. So I'll put it on for 2 minutes to start. Hopefully that's not too much. We'll just see how that goes. Ooh, it's already spitting. I just heard a bit of things spitting after like 10 seconds. All right, so as Strictly say, you're summarizing the article for me. Thank you. Ethanol vapor through porous whiskey barrels might bring a smile in the heavens. That's the angel share, yes. Misery from local mortals. Strain of black whiskey fungus feeds on the alcohol gases. That is fucking fascinating because that's very counterintuitive to me that alcohol would nourish anything. Coating neighborhoods around distilleries with stubborn moldy crust. That's fucking wild. Safra, it's probably not COVID. I haven't been interacting with humans very much. And it's gone away as well. Who knows? That is absolutely fascinating. And I really thank you for bringing that out because that's a fascinating story to me. Kirsten, you spent hundreds on Tupperware. He should have gone to orientation. Definitely. All right. So, Megalich, yours bacon thing was circular with ridges raiding out. So, yeah, but what it's got to have the ridges so the air gets under the microwave. God, it's popping away up there. The fat's just being cooked by the microwave. Should drain the fat off, actually. Could maybe use it to cook something else. Actually, the thing's probably going to be really hot. I'm going to get one of my oven gloves. Oh, okay. Philly DeFranco. God, old school. He's still going. More power to him. Ugh. Hair in my face. You probably can't see. Okay, so that's 2 minutes in the microwave. Let's see what that's like. Ooh, that's very bacony smell over here. Oh my god, okay. All right. So, after 2 minutes, it looks like that. It's shrunk by about half. Is it crispy? All right, I'm going to turn it over and do it for 1 more minute. I drained off a bit of fat as well. Very hot because of all the steam, all the moisture being vaporized by the microwave. So it wasn't crispy yet. So, oh wow, you watched Philly every day for like 15 years because yeah, that's how long he's been doing it. He's a real stayer, that boy. And it's funny because like he got popular. He started a bunch of things. Some media company bought things he started up and killed them, but he got the money, and he just does his personal thing. So I like to think that he made enough money that he just keeps his own thing going, pays a production crew, and enjoys what he's doing. I hope he enjoys what he's doing. I think I only met him once at YouTube Live. But again, the weird thing was he knew who I was. And that was very weird to me if anyone knew who I was. That was very weird to me. All right. I think that's probably enough for the bacon. I'm just going to get it out. Get a little plate. Where did I put my oven glove? Because this fucking thing's going to be hot. Ooh, steam rising off it for sure. All right, let me put it. Oh, okay. Bring off a bit of that. Okay, this honestly doesn't look very appealing, and it might be my fault. I might have done it wrong. Oh. Strictly Sega, there was one brief moment where I was very well known in Australia, yes. All right, so the bacon is quite black. A little bit crispy. Quite crispy. Okay, I shouldn't have done it as long as I did. It's just all crunchy. There's actually not a lot of flavor in that. It's definitely overdone. I should have stopped after 2 minutes. Very crunchy though, which I was thinking of having some chips. Now I won't have chips because I got crunchy bacon. Quite ridiculous. Actually, it is okay. Very. Yeah, sounds overcooked. Crunch, crunch, crunch. That's my fault. That's not the thing's fault. I clearly should have stopped at 2 minutes. Munch, 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 yes. Quality content. Some people get really freaked out by no slay. To say, I haven't seen Ant-Man 3. I have not been in a cinema for a long time. COVID just makes me not want to be in a closed space with a lot of people with recirculated air for a couple of hours. That just seems like a bad idea to me. So I don't go to the cinema anymore, which is a shame because I used to go to the cinema a lot. Depends how long the stream goes, Megaleech. And I might convince. Oh, actually, that's okay. Taste-wise, that's okay. It was obviously overdone. Right. Maybe I will. A bit later. We'll see. We'll see how long I go. Oh god. Every time I get up. I mean, it's obviously not crippling pain because I'm not falling over and screaming, and I am quite a wuss. So if I had really extreme pain, you'd know about it. Oh, like the weird thing that happened with my leg a couple of weeks ago that I believe I mentioned. That was bad. That was extreme, acute pain. Felt like someone sticking a hot wire into my shin. And I couldn't help it. I was screaming. I was literally screaming in pain because the pain was that intense. To apologize to everyone in the house for being disruptive and unsettling. No one likes to be in the house and just have someone just randomly screaming. And that was me. I was screaming because it fucking hurt. Some of the most intense pain I've ever had. It was really focused and acute. It was very weird. Orange peel. I even put 2 bits of orange peel in my drink because that's the way. I like it. Okay. When take me. I want to have a cherry too. Because I like cherries. because I deserve a treat. So what's it? Barney said, I like me. Wait, where the fuck did I put my jar of? There, right in front of me. Right in front of me. Good job. Great work. Oh, I am absolute wuss central. So yeah. That would be the least troubling thing if I had a booger hanging from my nose. Ugh. Okay, clarified cocktail time. Because this is comparatively light alcohol-wise. Because it's diluted with fruit juice and milk. All right, let's see. Laura, no, I appreciate the joke, actually. Want to offer Melbourne crew apologies. Oh my goodness, you actually snuck in and out this week. You don't really have to apologize, but I get if work was just so sort of focused, you couldn't take the time out. That's fine. But if you get the time one visit, I think Dr. Abigail might endorse place where we went for lunch during the week that my cousin is part owner in. Does the food part at a bar called the Catfish. Dr. Abigail and I doing a bit of day drinking. I had Tommy's margarita. Dr. Abigail, oh, fucking shit. Dropped a bit of cherry. That sucks. Oh, you came to see Bat Street Boys and your sister. Well, that's okay. But the same deal. You know, family. Okay, there is no more. Oh, no, there's one more. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to finish this jar of cherries. I think that's definitely it. Just syrup in here now, which is a very yummy syrup. Don't know if Mrs. Angry's making pancakes this weekend. This cherry syrup goes really well on pancakes. Holy cow. Laurie, spending about 350 pounds per month on train. Oh, you love the Catfish. Well, the food thing, Swallows, whatever the fuck it's called, they do the Philly cheesesteaks. My cousin is one of the owners of that. He picked up the recipes for those when he was living in the US. Oh, no. Kirsten, passing Dr. Abigail's place on the tram and feeling guilty. Oh, dear. Oh, well, another time. Another time. But yes. Yeah, there was even a new bar opened in the city that sounded interesting in Chinatown that I wanted to try. I haven't really been out in the city for a little while. Yes, Dr. Abigail, it would have been respectful for Kirsten to wave as she went past. But yeah, the funny thing about the Catfish, like I caught up with my cousin probably a couple of months ago because he was having an engagement party. So yeah, his dad is my mum's brother. So I hadn't caught up with his part of the family for ages. They were all there, so I thought, yep, I'll go. Caught up. It was fun, and he's telling you about it. A cheesesteak is steak sliced up, covered in cheese sauce. Specialty of Philadelphia, hence the Philly cheesesteak. Yes, Safra, I think Ed Sheeran set a record for the largest concert ever in Australia. You ended up Hats. Well, see, I still haven't been to Hats and Tats. So another time, when you have more time, Kirsten, we need to catch up and do a few of the places in the city. But yeah, again, no, I hate the idea of anyone ever feeling pressured to do things. Just, when the opportunity arises. Oh, god damn! I love those clarified cocktails. Would have messaged, but it was very early. Didn't want to wake you. Okay, is that after the concert? Yeah, fair enough. Ever since I added a little bit of vinegar instead of just using citrus to curdle the milk, it's really nice. It brightens the cocktail and adds a bit more to it. Oh, Safa, no. Okay, the stadium has something going for it in that it's open air, but even without COVID, being in a crowd that fucking big, no. Oh, fuck no. I mean, having said that, I did subject myself to White Night when it was on, which was an absurd big crowd of people. Oh, sorry, you're going early, like 7 a.m. Okay. Yeah, if I'm going into work, like into the office, my alarm's at 6:30. If I'm working from home, my alarm's at 7. 7 is just enough time to sort of lie in bed for a while, going, get up and do morning ablutions, sit at my computer, check social media, and have breakfast, and then log on to start my workday at 7:30. Safa, the sharp pain in my leg? No. I feel like I've had some vague echoey cousin of it, but no, me and the doctor agreed if I had that sharp, horrible pain again, I'd go and see him again. I had an ultrasound done on the leg that didn't detect anything terrible. It's just like, yeah, it's just one of those fucking things, man. So, yes. We basically just agreed, yes, if I fall over screaming from pain, I will go and see the doctor again. Me and the doctor, like brother, like sister, hanging on like hand and blister. That is a really obscure 80s song I was just singing by the House Buttons. Safa, I have fairly comprehensive private health insurance because of a spectrum of serious health issues in my family, mostly cancer, a disturbing number of people in my bloodline killed by cancer. So I basically want to, if I'm fucking sick, I get in a private hospital straight away and they fucking deal with that shit. But look, I hope it never happens, which means I've thrown away a bunch of money on it. But I think a statistically significant number of my blood relations either died or had serious incidents with cancer. And so I'm pretty goddamn fucking paranoid, honestly. So, yeah, I not only have ambulance cover, I have pretty over-the-top hospital cover as well. So something goes wrong, I'm in the goddamn hospital. Private hospital, real fucking quick. I'm not on any waiting list. So, yeah, that's paranormal. I even have the extras. So I get dental work done that's covered. Actually, I can get new glasses. These are last year's glasses. Basically, get a free set of glasses every year. I have to go into the optometrist at some point and go, hey, new glasses time. What new styles do you have? What can I get this year? These are kind of conservative compared to some of the ones I've had. But yeah. Oh, is that so? Melbourne has the best hospitals in the country. Well, good. Might need them one day. I've never actually had an emergency that ended up being in hospital. Actually, not since I was a kid. As an adult, I've never had an emergency that it landed me in hospital. Was the most serious thing I've had in hospital was everyone knows Wait, does everyone know what that is? That's when I got a false positive on my bowel cancer screening. So they put the probes in, did the spit roast on me. So it's the one in the throat is an endoscopy, and the one up your butt is a gastroscopy. And the fucking things thread through your body and meet in the middle. I don't know how it works. It's pretty magical because I was fucking fascinated because the doctor said, oh, yeah, we found some polyps and we cut them out. I was going, that's fantastic. How the fuck do you do that? Like, is the little fiber optic thing that's going up my butt, does it have little claws on the end? And you go, ooh, look, there's a thing, want to get rid of it, and the little claws come out and slice it off. I'm fucking fascinated. I'm sure you could probably find videos about it on YouTube. I actually, I've had a small number of major medical things in my life, and if I see a video that seems to be at least close to my own experiences, it freaks me out a little bit. Namely, I've had like really major surgery on this ear a couple of times. I was watching one of those medical shows once, and they cut around someone's ear and flipped it over and were going in there. And you see this, oh, what's that white shiny stuff? That's their skull. So I was watching it going, oh shit, that white shiny stuff is their skull. And I was kind of fascinated and grossed out by it. But then something flipped in my head and went, oh, that's what they did to you. And I couldn't watch it anymore. Thank you for filling me in. Dr. Abigail, the endoscope does have claws. You can cut out chinks. Well, that's what they did to me. Fucking fascinating. Science. It rocks. Oh, God, Laura, not only did AIDS increase the average rate of hospitalization in Australia, I think he's personally responsible for painkillers with codeine being taken off the market because they said, there's too much being used in Australia. Statistically, there's way more being used here than the rest of the world. And I think AIDS was personally solely responsible for that. That's my unscientific opinion on that. Fuck me, that's good. Okay, I was about to say Safra, I'm sure Laura knows, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm sure. Okay, Laura, are you aware that AZ died a couple of months ago? And if you weren't, I apologize for not being better at building up to something and breaking the news gently. But I am actually extremely bad at that. And I have been criticized by people a few times in my life. They went, well, don't say it like that. I was like, well, fucking how do I say it? It's a fact. That's a thing that happened. Now, particularly sometimes people have asked me things and I've gone, oh, it's like, oh, good. Okay, yeah, I thought you knew. I thought you knew, but when I was kind of put on the spot, I honestly wasn't 100% sure. I was pretty sure you knew, though. But yeah, no, I remember people asking me things. It's like, oh, what happened with the thing? And I went, you lost. And I went, oh, that's a harsh way to say it. I don't know. You fucking asked me a question. Oh, right. So the memorial was planned last time you were chatting. There you go. And yes, the memorial's probably still online. A lot of people making speeches, including me, which was unprepared. And I think I did a pretty good job for an unprepared speech, honestly. So, just me randomly big noting myself because it's all about me. That's okay. It's like, why is he like that? He's an awful person. He's a terrible person. So it's just the way it is. Oh, you did download it. Okay, cool. I knew almost everyone who spoke at the thing. There was one guy, a comedian, who spoke, and I'd never met him. So I knew everyone except for one guy. So there you go. Oh, actually, that's an interesting question, Safa. I don't know what the advice is in the UK, Laura. It's just been recommended to have another booster Australia. I'm going to look into it because the new bivalent one was meant to come out next week. I'm going to look into it sometime in the next week or two, probably get a booster, a combined flu and COVID booster for, coming into that season. Bum Fungus, how you doing, Brew? What are we? Oh, God, it's only 10:30. That's okay. It's Friday. It's fine. You missed it, Bum Fungus. I started the night with a drink I called the Blue Meanie that had 3 shots of 80% ABV absinthe in it. And somehow I'm still here. I'm still conscious. I think I'm still coherent. I feel reasonably coherent. So I might have a sody water though after that. No, okay, Safra, I don't actually want to get into an argument about it, but I think the thing I'm thinking of is a bivalent thing that's got the flu vaccine and a COVID vaccine. Omicron is COVID, Brew. Well, what is a bivalent booster? Newest version of COVID contains original vaccine. No, okay, see, this is why I didn't want to argue, because I think you're actually right, Safa. So I still have to get a flu one as well. Okay. Booster shots. What makes this booster different? Atagi said Pfizer's booster can be used. Specifically targets Omicron subvariants BA4 and BA5. Most prominent subvariants. All the bivalent vaccines are Omicron specific. There you go. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, Alexander, hello. Okay, Bum Fungus. I invented the drink. Also, Sunday is Absinthe Day, so I was making a drink for Absinthe Day. And I was going to basically do a version of a thing I've made before, which was essentially an absinthe sour, which I called the Skullfucker Sour. But I'm also listening to the audiobooks of The Expanse at the moment. I'm on the second one, and they reference a drink that's supposed to be very strong called a Blue Meanie. Don't really tell what it is. It's just a lot of alcohol. It's fruity, it's sweet, and has caffeine. And so I thought, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do my version. I'm going to invent a Blue Meanie. So because it has to be strong, fruity, and with caffeine. So I did, I meant to do 2 ounces of absinthe, but I had 3 ounces of this peach-infused absinthe left. So I thought, fuck it, just use it up. So it's actually 3 ounces of really high-proof absinthe. 1 ounce of sugar syrup, 1 ounce of lemon juice. And then I shook that on ice, dumped that into a glass, and topped it with energy drink. And that was my Blue Meanie. It was pretty intense. See, you're too drunk for words. Oh, I'm not yet. I'm a bit floaty at the moment. I'm not that far gone. Although I am going to, I think, skip the alcohol, have a sody water, one of my special sody waters, which are in the fridge. Just need to get some ice for my glass. And I also have this weird pain that feels the same as having an overfull bladder. Ugh. Just makes me look old. Oh my God. See, I'm fine if I'm not moving. Because when I'm just sitting there, I'm not going like, oh, I'm in terrible pain. But if I move, then I feel it. It's like, oof, that's not good. That is not good. All right. I'm hoping it gets better over the weekend. Ugh. All right. Ice, baby. Oh, I'm probably going to have to take another toilet break, but I'm going to hold on. What will I do? Yeah, grapefruit and rosemary. That's what we're having. Sooty water with hints of grapefruit and rosemary. Ah, classy motherfucker. That's why I'm having that, because I'm a classy motherfucker. Actually, you know what? I was going to hold on. I don't think I can hold on. Okay, so I'm going to play another AIDSy video. Remember last time, AIDSy talking about how to get started. How about AIDSy detoxing? Actually, or AIDSy talking about how he gets pain relief. Right, I'm going to share this. No, Safa, it's unrelated, the thing I've got now. No, I'm not Tim Smith yet. I mean, even though I feel kind of coherent, if I did a breathalyzer, I'm maybe half Tim Smithed. But I feel pretty coherent, which I'm honestly genuinely surprised by. I thought I'd be fucked after that first drink, but there you go. Okay, so I'm going to share this video while I have a wee break. AIDSy talking about pain relief. Share. All right, I don't need to be on there while it's on. I'll just go and full screen it and play it, and I'll see. This is only like 3 minutes. See you in 3 minutes.
So your addiction was all about pain management.
Yeah.
How has the pain management been handled? How has the addiction treatment been handled differently from a regular addiction?
It's not, and that's the thing that's actually quite disturbing at the moment. It's supposed to be a little bit different in the sense that they're supposed to be focusing on the pain management part of it, but they're really not. They're just focusing on the addiction medicine part of it, and I can't sort of seem to get through to them if they really need to pick up their game in that area. I think it's to do with they've seen 100,000 of these before, and these guys always lie and they always dissemble, and so what's just another one? We will eventually, I think, come to a place where we will get a happy medium.
Yes.
But at the moment, it's not being handled.
So is it more of a matter of trust, or is it more of a matter of they don't know how to? Is it a matter of trust, or is it a matter of they don't know how to handle somebody who is actually in pain, not pretending to be in pain, or what do you think?
I think it's a matter of routine. I think it's a matter of routine. They see, literally 100 of these guys a day. They see the same people saying the same stuff every day, and it's like, why would they change their methods because of this guy? This guy is no different to any of the 100 others that have turned up, and he basically it's just a matter of one size fits all.
Yeah,
Is it? I think that's it's one size fits all.
right. Which is not very productive sometimes in medical conditions where
Yeah, but in a lot of medical conditions, it is actually productive. You treat the same diseases the same way. But I think we've got to get and drill down into what the actual disease is.
right, which is a problem with regard to you in particular because you have so many diseases.
Absolutely. There's so many going on right now. Comorbidity is my middle name.
Yes.
There you go. Comorbidity was his middle name. And also looking at AIDSy in that, I think he may have been hitting the codeine that day, just by the by. Alexander, I'm not sure exactly what you're... Oh, over the counter. Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's not do that. Okay, so for the guy behind them, his name's Rob. He is... he would always come to the meetups with Pat. So probably sitting just to his left, just off shot, was probably Pat. Wrestling days, Big Pat. Rob would always come with Pat. I was never exactly sure what that was about. If Rob was Pat's, I don't know, brother, friend, carer. I'm not exactly sure exactly how that worked, but they used to do it. That video was shot at Federation Square, sitting on the stage. We were having a meetup. There was a bunch of people there, and we just did a thing like, "Hey, does anyone have a question they want to ask AIDSy? Get as personal as you like, and we'll record it and put it on YouTube." So people got to go ask AIDSy anything. Safa, I have not seen Pat before, but he is the stealth ninja assassin, of course. He may be here just quietly, stealthily, waiting for his opportunity. You never know with Pat. He is a mystery wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a riddle. Oh, goodness me. Okay, I think drinking this soda water is good. Gonna settle my tum-tum. Thinking of making an old-fashioned, just blending these little bits, little baby Irish whiskey bottles. Maybe make the same one I made the other night that has Benedictine as the sweetener, because that was really yummy, honestly. Kirsten Betty Buys, you've done your as much of the chores as you want to. Good for you. Go to Betty Buys. Take care. Hope to see you again another time. Sleep well. There's the other thing, this weird tummy thing I've got at the moment. That again feels like a muscle strain or something, but I haven't been lifting anything. I haven't been doing anything. Who knows? I'm fucking old. I just assume my body's falling apart. That's what I assume is happening. It's a bit better because even lying in bed, lying still is fine. Then the first night, rolling onto my side, ow, hurts. Then hold that. Last night, it was much better. So I think it's getting better. Ooh, maybe we should put another cocktail on Discord. What does it say? Let me see. Ooh, that looks really pretty. I want to share this picture. Oh, what's this about? So, Megaleech sharing this, and I just want to share it with everyone. Hey, Shannon, how you going, man? What was I doing? I was going to share this picture. So, that, which is very... I love the strawberry on the glass. So that's Splendid Gin, Fever Tree Pink Grapefruit Soda, Strawberry Syrup, Stevia, Strawberry Garnish. Looks very nice. I like it. Yes, Strictly Sega. He's part of the Assassin's Creed crowd, I'm quite sure. Oh yeah, Friday night, Angry Bunch. Why not? I don't know if anyone's this also might make Pat appear. I know, honey, I just corner of my eye, you think face hugger. I saw a different word that ends in GGGR. Not good. And that's not a reflection on you, that's me. All right, so the link. Don't know if there's anyone here wants to. Oh, and I'm going to have to go on to Facebook to give the link to Grasshopper. And I still wish I could work out what the fuck was causing that weird YouTube anomaly we have. You'd think YouTube would let me manage shit like that, but I cannot work it out. Actually, I was just thinking of checking something. I couldn't work out how to do it on YouTube. Maybe I could do it here on StreamYard. And here's Grasshopper. Hello.
Hello, hello. How we doing?
Good, good, good. What's happening in your world?
Oh, apart from just depressing stuff to do with my brother, nothing really fun.
Ugh. Okay. Well, hopefully we can provide a distraction at the very least.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you do that well enough. Abigail coming in and trying to steal my wife, that helps as well. So
I was about to say that keeps you on your toes, makes you think about something different. Yeah.
Yeah, it keeps me running around, that's for sure. And Abigail, if you're watching right now, she's asleep. Leave her alone.
That's fair.
Oh, man. Just having a look at all of the Discord notifications from your Discord channel there.
People posting things. Kirsten posted a couple just before she went to bed. She had a mango lassie at Whiskey and Ailment. I still have to go there. I've never been there. And Hats and Tats, which is the place where she goes to get smashed. It's like Whiskey and Ailment is a little bit more sophisticated.
So this here is mango iced tea, homemade mango iced tea that I make.
Nice.
And yeah, I love that.
Good morning, some bar graffiti.
Mine and my wife's favorite Indian restaurant, not too far from here, is a place called Spice of Life.
Yeah.
They have got just the best butter chicken I've ever had. They make their own in-house lassi.
Oh yeah.
And they make a mango lassi there. And
yeah,
the amount of times that my wife and I have been there, it's great because I can go in there, sit down, and 5 minutes later, I've got butter chicken and a mango lassi ready to go.
Nice. Oh, there, Kirsten hadn't actually left. And just as I thought, I put the link out there. Is that going to make Pat appear? Kid, the stealth ninja has appeared.
Pat arrives out of nowhere.
All right.
Hey,
Did you
Pat.
see I was putting the video, Pat, from an old meetup, and Rob was sitting there.
I saw that.
Yeah, yeah.
saw
And
that.
you were probably just next to him, just out of shot.
And
But Rob was playing up in the background. Which is funny.
me. You were fun with me.
So, hello, Mega Leech. And Abigail, I tucked her in, and unless you were hiding in our walk-in wardrobe again, at least this time, if you were hiding in there, I hope that you bloody cleaned up after yourself. It took me forever to clean it up last time.
I'd say so. Kirsten, at some point we have to do the Whiskey and Ailment and Hats and Tats because I've not been to either. And if that's if that's the sequence to do stuff, you have to do it at some point.
Well, I've already made you the promise that if you ever come to Sydney, I'm going to take you out to the best Thai restaurant in all of Sydney. I've already made you that promise.
Nice. Yes.
So I'll take you out to the really great Thai restaurant. Then we can go out afterwards and meet up with Kirsten and get you absolutely smashed at Hats and Tats.
Nice. Well, Hats and Tats is in Melbourne, so that's a bit of a trek.
Well, Yes. Okay.
You got to hook up with
that's
someone who has a
specific.
private jet. You know, it's like.
According to Queen Cursed, you are the smiling assassin, Pat.
Oh yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. No. It's that cherubic smile is the last thing so many people see. That's yeah. Who, me? You know who Pat reminds me of? Okay, we're gonna nerd it up because I read
You still don't have your nerd card back after your bloody comments on Star Trek, Angry.
Oh, it's just, you know, that's just preference. No, I'm thinking because I read the Game of Thrones books, and one of the changes they made to the TV show that was not an improvement, but it was different. There was an Assassin's Guild called the Sorrowful Men, and I loved about it. It was like just before they go in for a stoich on someone, they go, "I'm so sorry," with the dagger. And I just think Pat's kind of related to that guild because he just smiles and says, "Hey, are you okay?" And they go, "Yeah, nice." No, that's what happened.
And no, Kirsten, I had no idea that you had moved down to South
Hey, Duck
Australia.
here, Duck.
Hey, Doc.
So
Hello.
I hope that South Australia treats you better than Sydney, but that's a pretty low bar to bloody vault.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's Abigail coming live from our walk-in wardrobe.
It's a remarkably spacious walk-in wardrobe you have.
So Eleanor sneaks me in through the window, usually,
There we go.
or I'm hiding in the ensuite.
What is it with you and squeezing into tight spaces, Abigail?
Well, well, funny you should say that because as a computer programmer, I worked on Y2K problems, and I got to know Y2KY jelly a lot, which is, of course, as you know, it lets you put 4 digits where only 2 digits went before.
That was the Y2K. Okay. That is a pervert nerd joke. I like that.
I had not heard that one until just now.
That's a good one.
Hats off to you.
That's a good
Hats
one.
off to you. That's well played.
That's good.
Thank you.
That's a good one.
No, I just finished printing this. It's a Greek style column that I'm gonna. I have to print 3 more of these for a D&D game. Oh, it's Pathfinder actually. Print 3 more of these. It only takes 6 hours to print because of all the fucking detail. But once I printed them, I've got them, and they're sturdy as fuck. I've printed them to last. So, and I'm gonna paint them and shit. So,
Laura,
but I'm getting. I don't know if you can see. I'm getting this pillowing problem on the top.
Yeah.
And it's got to do with like the top layers and warping, and it's been bugging me. And I've got it to the point where this is a good result.
Yeah.
Like
right.
So
Kirsten
it's
asks of
shitting
you,
me to
Abigail, have
tears.
you been waiting 22 years to use that?
I've been using that joke for 22 years.
And hello, Laura. How you doing from across the pond there, darling?
Hello, Laura.
I'm not good and bad.
You're looking particularly lovely today.
Thank you. One of the good ones is that my hair is really thickening up now.
Oh, nice.
It looks really beautiful. It really does. And you've done a great job with the lippy as well.
Oh, thank you. Went a bit brighter today.
It looks great.
Everything else, no makeup though.
All right, just the lippy. All right.
It's a lot of
I'm
effort. A full face of makeup. It's so much effort.
I watch Eleanor get ready in the mornings, Abigail, before you say anything. I watch Eleanor get ready for work in the mornings. And
I get to ruin that makeup at the end of the day.
I just knew it. I watch her. Like, she doesn't go, the spray paint gun over the face type thing. Good night, Kirsten. Sleep well, darling.
Good night, Kirsten.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, like she doesn't do the full spray paint gun and spend 6 hours in front of the mirror doing all of the things like, really intricate and whatnot. But watching her spend that half an hour every morning of doing the eyeliner, the foundation and the lippy and all of that, I'm like,
Concealer,
yeah, I
lip
am just like,
liner, lipstick,
I understand that there are a lot of guys out
eyeliner,
there. There are a lot of guys
mascara.
out there who do makeup, and good on them. But that just convinces me that I don't have the patience to do that. I will do
Ugh.
foundation and concealer when I'm going out to a special event like a wedding or something like that.
Yep.
But on a daily basis, I'm just too fucking lazy.
Oh, I don't on a daily basis. If anything, if it's like a casual thing, I'll just do eyeliner and lipstick, and that's it.
Yeah,
If-
but you don't have this ugly mug to try and cover up, though, darling.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think I need to arrange
If
dinner.
it's a special occasion, I'll go all out. But if it's just like meeting up with friends, like I'll just
I used to do the
minimal
goth
effort.
makeup back when I was a idiot, but
Oh, so did I. Yeah.
but yeah,
I
no,
gotta
I
fig-
haven't. Not in a long
I was
time.
thinking, okay.
So if there's anyone out there who's watching who knows anything about FDM style 3D printers and pillowing, please, your advice would be appreciated.
That's a very specialized and arcane field of
Yeah.
Just
Oh God,
bit of a
it's been
niche market
shitting me.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about makeup, in the first part of my transition, makeup was absolutely vital. I could not have the camera on unless I'd spent 20 minutes doing makeup.
Yeah.
And
What you need for yourself. Yeah.
yeah, well, the problem was that, like, for a start, even just had a shave 10 minutes ago territory, I had a shadow,
Yeah.
and like it's, my brain was focusing all the bits that were wrong.
Yeah.
Which is what brains do.
Yeah.
The brains suck like that, quite honestly. Yeah.
So
Hi, micro USB, by the way.
I think it's one thing that it's hard to try to get through to people is that when you look in the mirror and you see something that you don't like, whether that be through gender dysphoria or just general everyday thing, everyone, when they look in the mirror, when they see something that they don't like, they kind of hyper focus on that and nothing else.
We're talking about durations of makeup. Years ago, my friend Corey, Mr. Safety, one of the times he visited out here, his girlfriend at the time, Kate, was a young, I don't think the term influencer was even around then. She was a YouTuber, but she was a young, beautiful thing. No word of a lie, she would spend 2 hours in the bathroom before she was willing to go out into the world. I've never been around anyone who was like that. It was like she just 2 hours before going out into the world.
So, just very quickly, Mega Leech, that's for you.
Oh.
Oh,
okay.
Oh my!
Put the bedside photo down. Yeah. See, Strictly Sega, we were saying, but Pat hadn't appeared in the chat, but would he appear if I put the link in there? And he did with his stealth ninja ways.
Oh, yeah.
Well, okay. So Mega Leech, I used to do that, but Eleanor likes Shannon watching surreptitiously through the photo.
Oh, that's part of the whole thing. I get it.
It's
part of the thing.
It's so cute that you think that it's Eleanor that likes watching it, darling.
Oh, yeah. you haven't checked the wardrobe.
That's it. All those times that I told you that the red light means the camera's off, I was lying. I'm sorry.
I think the most hilarious part of this joke is that I'm like gray asexual, and that like if I actually have sex like once a year, it's like, gee, slow down. Like, so yeah.
Actually, the kind of funny part about that is, no joke intended, Eleanor is also gray sexual. So
yeah.
It's
So,
yeah, that's,
so,
that, it's,
so,
it's
so what we're trying to say is that Eleanor and I get together to snuggle a lot.
yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
And the worst part is when I try to bloody climb into bed and get the snuggles, Abigail tells me to get the fuck out. So
Not enough room.
Oh,
you know?
sorry, not tonight, dear. I'm all snuggled out.
yeah. I'm just grateful that we don't have cats. At that point, Abigail will just be in the bed with the cats and telling me to get the fuck out the room. So,
Yep, cats be like that.
but I remember when you were up here and we had the dogs, and we were terrified about opening up the bedroom door that you were sleeping in case Jack decided to jump up on the bed and give you a lick on the face.
Oh, yeah, dogs. Oh,
Damn it.
yep.
Oh god,
Dogs,
sorry.
dogs.
The two,
sorry,
the two
no,
Ronnies.
sorry. Dogs greater than cats.
Yeah.
I will die on that hill.
I disagree.
I will die
hard.
on that hill.
Throwing
I
into my
used to,
mind one of the
I used to have a friend who had a dog that just was a bit mental. Her parents used to make sure it wasn't allowed the dog in the house. I'd sleep in a kennel. You know, even in the winter, it was just like what? But anyway, the dog would lick her face, and she would laugh, and her mouth would be open, the dog licking inside. And it's like,
yes, I've seen
Yep.
No.
It's one of those things like when you go to give my dog a pat, like a scratch on the tummy or whatever, he's got this thing, he has to lick your hand while you're giving him a scritch. So gotten into the habit over the years of owning him, if I'm going to give him a scritch, especially if I'm about to eat or cook or whatever, wash the hands immediately afterwards. But I watch sometimes what it is that he will attempt to eat and what he on a consistently basis licks on his own body. I am not letting that tongue on my face.
Oh no. Yes. No. That's very unhygienic.
The answer to why do dogs lick their own balls is because it tastes better. It takes away the taste of the food.
I thought it was because they can.
It's
there's a joke about two old fellas in a pub, and there's a dog there, like licking its own balls, and one of the fellas goes, "Man, I wish I could do that." And the other guy says, "I don't know. He seems pretty friendly. Start with a pat and go from there."
The first joke that I ever told Eleanor's parents on the first time ever meeting them was, how do you stop a rabid Rottweiler from humping your leg? Pick it up and suck it off.
Okay, yep, good. That's making an impression. That's
wow.
Yeah, I wondered why Eleanor's mum didn't like me for so many years. I've got a theory now.
You have. I have a theory. It's a theory that I have. Whereas the whole talk with dogs flashed back to an old Two Ronnies that was repeated a million times in my youth. One of their story ones, and the characters, and they're at a boarding house, and when like Ronnie Corbett goes to his room, this little old lady who runs the boarding house goes, "Oh, here's your room, sir. And look, if my little Susie tries to come into your room at night, don't you let her. She's really silly and she just wants attention. She's going to try and jump into bed with you. She'll be all over you, and we don't want that. So keep your door locked." And he goes, "Ooh," and doesn't lock his door. And then at 2 o'clock in the morning, there's a scratch, and he's going, "Oh, is that Susie?" And the door gets like bashed open, and a huge Saint Bernard runs in and jumps on him on the bed, and he just laughs and goes, "Oh, you must be Susie." Really thought he was going to get some action, but it was.
It was the greatest thing. The first time that I ever went over to Perth, one of my best friends in the world, lovely lady by the name of Alana, she had no idea that I was arriving in Perth, but her best friend, who was also a friend of mine, we organized for her to pick me up from the airport. I was going to hang out over at her place until Lani had finished work for the night, and then drive over there and surprise her. So I've arrived at the airport. I think it was at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Steve's picked me up, taken me out to her place. She didn't tell me that she owned dogs. She had told me that she'd owned dogs, but she didn't tell me what types of dogs that she owned. And when I walked through the front door, her Saint Bernard decided that I was his best friend.
Oof.
And this gigantic lump of an adorable fluff ball by the name of Bennett came bundling up the hallway going, "Friend?" And
as they do.
like kind of jumped up and put 2 paws the size of my fucking head on each shoulder, and I'm like, holy shit, fucking, oh my god. Give him a big hug, lots of pats, fantastic dog, having a great time. As we're hanging out, one of Steve's friends gives her a call and goes, I've just gotten a new dog. I would like to start socializing it straight away. Bennett is really good with other dogs. Do you mind if I come over with my dog to meet Bennett? And Steve said, sure, bring your dog over. It was a miniature Chihuahua. More to the point, it was
Hang on. Record scratch. Miniature Chihuahua?
There are smaller ones. There are even smaller ones.
And it was a puppy.
So it's like this big.
It fit on the palm of my hand.
Oh,
it was a puppy. This tiny little thing with this gigantic little, like, as far as those sorts of tiny little things goes, it had like this gigantic bony head.
With big eyes.
Yeah, big bug eyes. Gorgeous little thing. And she's put this little thing down, and it has looked at Bennett and gone, Jesus, and tried to run. And Bennett's just kind of like, I don't know what you are. I take poops bigger than you.
Was that a rat? It was just like...
Yeah. And Bennett, for the most part, ignores it. So we all go out the backyard because all of us are smokers. Steve doesn't smoke inside. So she had like this undercover area outside. So we go out to the undercover area, having a smoke, having a chat. Bennett's come out. Miniature Chihuahua has come jumping out, and it's had a bit of a sniff around. And then it's seen Bennett again, and this time it had gotten used to Bennett, I guess. So it decided that it was going to try and play with Bennett. So it has run up and kind of done the play bow in front of Bennett, because Bennett's lying down, and it's done the play bow. And Bennett just kind of like the eyes kind of look up, and he kind of sees the puppy, and he just ignores it and goes back down and just goes back to licking his paw or whatever. And the little Chihuahua, this is completely unacceptable. So it starts its version of barking. It sounds like a fucking mouse squeaking at Bennett. And Bennett's just kind of like starts watching it, and this little Chihuahua's doing fucking laps in front of this, doing circle work and all of these sorts of different things. And Bennett's gone, okay, you want to play? Let's play. And battered the tiny little miniature Chihuahua puppy with its paw and sent the fucking thing sprawling to the other side of the backyard.
Yeah.
Send it into orbit.
There was 6 of us out in that outside area. Every single one of us was doubled over in laughter. It was the funniest fucking thing, because Bennett's just gone, okay, play, thump.
Let's play.
I made the mistake of losing 4 hours watching cat and dog videos on YouTube. There was one which just had me in hysterics, like a good on solid 5-minute giggling away. Every time I thought about it, I'd start laughing loudly again. And all it was a pug. So you've got someone who's got, obviously it's hot weather, and they've got one of those like big square fans that blows the lots of air, and they've got a duvet cover over the top of it, and they're sort of like, sitting behind this person with their phone. And a pug goes and stands in front of this fan and just goes.
And cuts the cheese right in front of the fan.
Yeah, just farts into the fan, and the person behind it, she's behind the cover, get thrown up, and it's kind of thing. Made me.
Sorry.
Dogs are the worst.
I just have this entry from Musical Aviator. Came in from LARP. Good, I'm sure. Okay, possibly too much information about what sort of role playing you were doing. Yes, mistress. Was that a thing you had to say a lot?
This should be pertinent information for Musical Aviator. Last night I went to my first rehearsal for Squorchestra.
Oh, nice.
Which is why I wasn't present for the stream.
Yeah.
And it was awesome. It was chill and just like very squawky, and I almost got some notes in correctly.
Nice.
Considering I had not.
Squawkestra, in case people weren't around when we were talking.
Squawkestra is an orchestra, a community band for people who are like returning to playing an instrument. Sorry, I just saw my son walk through the kitchen in just his underwear.
Fair enough.
His boyfriend's here as well, so.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, or for people picking up another instrument, or beginners, or just anyone really. And
So
yeah,
squawk
like
as in you might not be perfect.
Yeah, if you're missing notes or need to sit out a piece, or and it's so it's called Squawkestra because there's lots of people who squawk instead of play music. Although there are some really good musicians there, most of us are just like, what the fuck? Oh my god! It was quite hilarious that way.
That actually
some
sounds
of us,
really cool to me personally.
It
I
was
think that's
nice
awesome.
and chill and great, and a lot of new faces have turned up recently, so it has grown in size considerably in a short amount of time. Thus, the Squawks. So,
That's very cool indeed.
yeah, I went along, and it was awesome. It was just chill and relaxing, and I haven't held a clarinet for 2 hours in so long that my hand got sore because of fibro and probably some sort of muscle fatigue or
Just
whatnot.
because you're old,
It's
Alec,
okay.
that's all it is. It's just because you're old.
Are you saying that you?
Are you getting me back for all these jokes about your wife?
Me? Never. I would never.
I'm doing more microwave bacon, but I'm going to.
Oh, don't do it! Don't do it, man.
Are you saying?
So yeah, I had lots of fun. Squawking along.
One of my ex-girlfriends, who's still a good friend of mine, she cooks all of her bacon in the microwave, and it actually works out quite well. If you know how to do it properly, it actually works out quite well. Like I love my bacon, so I was a bit like when she was like, "I'm going to make you a bacon butty," and started putting stuff into the microwave. I was a bit like, "The hell," but it's actually quite good.
Yeah. This is my second microwave bacon of the night. The first one I overcooked. It's very crunchy. This one I'm going to do for a shorter time.
Also, it was the first time I've been in a large band with a string section, so that was a nice change of pace.
Oh, a string section, nice.
Well, they not only had string, they had like violin section, cello section, and a viola section. So, like
nice.
they had the whole thing. So, and they told me that for ages they were struggling to find clarinets. Like clarinet players, and they didn't have any, and now they have 7. Seven plus one bass clarinet player. So like now we're a section. So that's cool.
That's actually pretty.
Bass clarinet.
Sorry.
There's a bass clarinet.
Yeah, there's like an alto. There's like your standard clarinet is a B flat. There's a D clarinet. There's an alto clarinet, and there's a bass clarinet. Yeah. So the bass clarinet kind of looks like a saxophone and kind of sounds like a saxophone, but it's a clarinet. It's made of wood.
I have to ask you though,
Or
Abigail,
resin.
how many band camp jokes have you copped over the years for playing the clarinet?
Not as many as you'd think, and mostly from my son.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. That tracks.
Yeah.
You know, a friend of ours, her daughter plays the flute, and she just pops all of the time, all of the time.
Do you know?
Yeah.
I've got a good ear for music, but I can't play an instrument at all. And I've tried to. I've got a little synthesizer. Well, synthesizer across or just over there. But all I do is just sort of tinker around. But I can't use my left hand really. It's all the right end. You know, I just like to listen to something and play along with it.
Yeah, no, that's.
Have you ever
I play
tried conducting, Laura?
That's valid. Yeah, that's a valid.
Composing.
No, I play the drums personally, but like
That
I tried.
that tracks. That totally tracks.
Just banging away. Yeah.
I have done hand
Well, we
conducting.
know when the stage is level when I'm drooling out both sides of my mouth.
I have done conducting to techno music in a chair.
Yeah.
That's completely different.
No, I did my level best to try and learn how to play the guitar. And to say that I sucked at it would be an insult to people who suck at playing the guitar. So I just, the dexterity that is required for it, I just do not possess at all. My wife plays the guitar and the violin, and I am beyond amazed watching her just pick up the guitar and play a song that she's just heard. I wish I had that kind of acumen. I really do.
I've got a friend, a Dutch friend, and she has this really nasty habit of just like jumping from one bit to another to something else. You know, she can't play one song at a time. She has to play a quarter of a song and then jump to the next song that she, pops into her mind. It sounds a bit like that, and then she jumps to something else, and it's like, it's like someone who just keeps flipping the TV channel all the time.
Or the people who like the thing that drives me nuts is when somebody hops into your car and they're like, "Hey, do you mind if I hook my phone up to your sound system and play music?" And you're like, "Go for it." And they're one of those people that it's like it's halfway through a song that you're just getting into, and they're like, "No, I'm going to change the track like halfway through a song."
Yeah,
that drives me.
Gotta just
batty.
let stuff play.
I don't really like traveling with my friend in that way because all they want to do is listen to Disney music, and that really.
Oof. Okay, no. Sorry, I was just. We're talking about guitars and stuff. Just popped in my head the old Onion thing, area bassist filleted, and I just.
Sega says you can't.
Microwave bacon. Sorry.
Sega says you can't stick a drum up there, can you? Sega, to that, the old joke comes to mind. Anything's a dildo if you're
brave enough. Yeah, but you can stick a drumstick up there.
This is valid too. This is valid
or
too.
several.
But you got to cook it in the microwave.
Lord. Okay.
But you got to get permission from the chicken, and then use the microwave, or
see what you did there.
So I have a lot of sympathy for you, Angry, right now, because I know what it's like to have a horrible backache, or pain that just doesn't, you can't sit anywhere that feels comfortable sometimes. And I went and kind of injured my back a little bit, not too badly, I'm surprised. I went to the War Games Club, and I was, we were playing a game, but we weren't going to get it finished in time. So me and my friend, we said, okay, what we'll do is we'll take some photos with the phones, and then we'll put everything where it is in a week's time, or a fortnight's time. It ended up being, and so I got up on a chair. So I turned the chair the other way backwards, and went to stand on the chair, and that's when the chair collapsed on me.
Oh no!
And I went,
oh no!
My foot.
I've done it once.
Yeah, my foot went that way, and it sprayed.
Oh.
But weirdly, not terribly bad.
Sound fun.
Yeah. Now, this was 4 weeks ago. It's still puffy, but it doesn't hurt at all. So that was one. I went away for Christmas to visit my friends, and the first day coming down the stairs, I slipped and went wham, and I ended up with like a big red bruise, massive bruise on my thigh. And then went into their bathroom, which was downstairs, because I didn't feel, I'd risk going upstairs anymore. I went and slipped and smacked my arm. So, and then the latest one was I was doing some modeling work and I was cutting something with this, my modeling scalpel, with a nice fresh new blade. And it went straight through the model and went into my finger.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh man, people talk about that, and I just feel it straight away.
Yeah,
I
it's
could feel
pathetic
the
pain. Yeah.
I could see all the fat lumps in it and stuff, Now, I have a nasty... The problem is, we have a bit of a crisis going on at the moment.
The UK's got a few crises going on at the moment, so you'll need to be a bit more specific.
Yeah, we've got an NHS crisis going on right now. We've got them... they've had their pay squeezed for a decade, and now the government's surprised, how dare these people go on strike?
Oh, yeah.
So, and because of that, it's not just because of that, but it's also other stuff. COVID hasn't helped. Obviously, it's so flu.
COVID hasn't helped shit, but anyway.
Although it fucking helped the super wealthy, though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay,
hell.
yes. Thank you for correcting me on that. The super wealthy literally made out like bandits because they are fucking bandits.
You know what?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I want to do? I saw something on Twitter the other day, and I want to do it, but I just can't be asked, kind of thing. Nigel Farage, if you know who that guy is.
Oh yeah,
So
another wanker that I'd love to punch in the throat.
Yeah, before Brexit, he tweeted or said, "If Brexit is a disaster, I'll leave the country."
Is he still in the country?
Last week he tweeted, "Brexit is a disaster." So I just feel like phoning him up and said, like, okay, so you made a statement before Brexit that if Brexit is a disaster, you'll leave the country. Last week you tweeted, "Brexit is a disaster. When would you like me to pop over to help you pack your bags?"
There was a really funny one over in America. I believe it was when Trump was running for the election in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. And some Americans were saying something along the lines of, if Hillary Clinton wins this next election, I'm jumping ship, I'm moving to Australia or something like that. And some guy in Australia, I don't know who it was, he said, if you're coming to Australia, come by boat. Trust me.
Come by boat unannounced.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
We have special accommodation set aside for you.
I just want to finish off something about my finger when I haven't stabbed myself. So
please do.
Because of the, and I'm not going to go into graphic detail or anything, don't worry. So because
I want to see pictures.
No.
Yes. Are you, Grasshopper? Shannon, are you aware of r/medical gore?
Yes,
I
am.
fucking love that subreddit.
So, Laura, I will let you continue in just 1 second. I am sorry. I am currently married to somebody who is the fucking pimple Nazi. I have never met
if you have a pimple and I'm nearby, I will squeeze the shit out of that pimple.
Yeah. Oh my God.
son hates it.
Yes.
Imagine having a teenage son in the house, going through puberty, and pimple holic here, pimple popping holic. Oh, it's I watch the shit out of like Dr. Pimple Popper and like dermatology medical videos and fucking love that shit.
A quick funny story about Eleanor and I, actually. For the first few months that her and I were dating, she, as it turns out, was holding back because she would see pimples on my back or whatever. And because, like, early days and whatnot, she, wouldn't go for them. But there was the first time that she did it, and this is the first time that anybody had ever squeezed a pimple on me, ever, in my entire life. Before
Yep.
that, when I was a teenager, if I had stuff on my face and whatnot, I never squeezed them. I just let them go away naturally. It doesn't bother me if people want to squeeze their own, but leave me the fuck alone type thing. You know.
Oh my god, what a thing to walk back in on. Okay.
I once had a partner who we would like, because I don't get pimples, and that sucks. Because I like to squeeze pimples, but she got pimples on her scalp because she just sweat a lot on her scalp for some reason, and so like every so often she'll just come up to me, present her head to me, and said, I think I've got some pimples, and so I would just sit there going through her head. Oh, there's one. Yes.
Yep.
Oh, there's one. Yes.
So I'm
and
asleep.
It was glorious.
So I'm asleep, and it was summer. The air conditioner wasn't on, so I'm in boxer shorts and nothing else. No shirt, no pants, no socks, no nothing like that. Asleep, soundly asleep in bed. Eleanor woke up before me, and turns out that I had a pimple on my back.
Oh no!
Because she had not long ago woken up, the self-control mechanism part of her brain hadn't quite woken up yet. But the pimple Nazi part of her personality was very well and truly awake. So I get woken up by this absolute searing fucking pain because it was one of those really painful ones on the flank.
Ooh.
I get woken up by this absolute fucking searing pain of Eleanor squeezing one of my bloody pimples. I'm like, what the fuck is going?
No.
And from that day forth, I didn't have a choice.
No.
Because I get a lot of blackheads around the sides of my eyes.
Oh, I have blackhead extractors. If I ever come back up to Sydney, I'm bringing them.
That
You and
sounds
Eleanor
like
will have-
something they have in Star Wars.
What-
like
what do
those-
you
You and Eleanor
Oh,
will have to
you can
I
buy
can
them
just
from
imagine you on this side and Eleanor on the
dermatology
other
things.
side and fucking,
Oh,
anyway.
look, you get them and you just go, "Yeah, yes, got it.
Why do
Yeah.
Why do I have a feeling that Grasshopper's going to say, "Oh, I'm going to be busy that time. You want to come over?"
See, no,
So-
that's the thing.
so-
That's the thing. Eleanor, like, this is the thing. When it first started happening with Eleanor, it was weird, but like I was okay because it was her. If it was anybody else, I'd have decked them and told them to leave me the fuck alone. Like it's just not a thing. But because it was her, because she was my girlfriend, I trusted her. I understood, like, she explained that it's a thing that she really likes, and I thought that it was gross, but she was completely cool with it. It seemed to make her happy, so I was just like, fine, go to town, whatever. Now it's fucking medicinal. It is.
Yes.
It
Thank
really is.
you.
I'll go to bed, I'll lie down, and Eleanor will see something on my back, and the next thing I know, I'm lying there, and Eleanor's going to town on my back. I will fall asleep in 5 minutes.
Mhm.
I don't know what the fuck it is,
Ah.
but it's just something. It just switches me off now, and it's like I blame Eleanor entirely for it. I still
wanna
have.
I wanna look at your back one day.
It's been just one
Oh,
of those
Yeah.
things that I never thought that my life would turn out to be married
Yeah.
to a woman whose idea of making me feel all nice and secure and making me being able to fall asleep is by attacking the shit out of my back. So
I used to my partner at the time, we used to sit on the bed and excise each other's ingrown hairs on our legs from shaving. That was fun.
I lost a bet with friends many years ago, and part of that
I
was
noticed.
I had to
Shaving
get my
your legs.
chest.
Oh,
no,
your
I had to get my
chest?
chest and stomach waxed.
Oh.
So this was done in a friend's living room type thing, not a professional, nothing like that, and they waxed my entire chest and stomach. And afterwards, I had like ingrown fucking hairs everywhere. And Eleanor thought all of her fucking Christmases had come at once.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, no, sitting there with a pair of tweezers to get the fucking ingrown hairs out. And
Yep.
I'm just lying there, for the set, back is okay. I
Okay,
just hate it
we
when
should
stuff
take
pops
it
one on my
away.
face.
Take it away, Laura.
Laura, sorry, Laura. Yeah, we did cut you off.
So our NHS has got a bit of a problem. Like you know, oh, you're having a heart attack. Yeah, the ambulance will be there in about 45 minutes.
Yep. That's Australia, New South Wales right now. Anyway, yeah.
A&E, ER room, whatever you want to call it, we call it accident emergency. It is so much of a problem that the ambulances are parked outside because there's no room inside, and people are on trolleys.
We call that ramping here, in that
we do.
Ambulances are still on the ramp at the lead up to the hospital. Yeah.
Yep.
A chunk of it is that
Just very quickly, I'm just going to go make myself a drink. Sorry, Laura, I'm not walking away from your story. I'm just really thirsty.
Yeah. So, but a part of it is like COVID and flu and things like that, and you know, and also people have left because it's shit and the pay is shit, and you know, and like things like we had loads of people who were immigrants in this country and working for the NHS, and you know, the system kind of worked. Yeah, it was a bit crappy in places, but it kind of worked pretty well in general. You know, I mean, the fact that we did really well with COVID, with the exception of the bit where like loads of people, especially pensioners, got killed by you know the government sending people back to old people's homes when they had COVID.
We had that too. Yeah.
So, but other than that, generally, we did really well in getting people vaccinated. And it was thanks to the NHS, not the government. You know, the government bought the stuff, but it was the NHS that did the injections and organised how to get it all done in mass, you know. Anyway, so like I say, it's that bad. Well, the thing is, when I sliced my finger open with a modelling scalpel, I'm like, this is the kind of thing really I should go to A&E, but it's going to be a 16-hour wait or however long it is, you know. And it's, you know, so all I did was I just squeezed it together, put a bit of tissue paper over the top and wrapped some masking tape around my finger for a while until it stopped bleeding. And then, you know, sort of kept refreshing it. And but I have an interesting thing. I have a feeling that I may have hit my radian nerve, because if I go like that on my finger, just a few times, it gets numb to the point that I can stab with the knife, and I don't really feel it very much.
Damn.
Okay.
I still move it. It still works fine. I just.
What about your fingertip? Is your fingertip still sensitive?
Yeah, I mean it's basically from that knuckle to that. It goes numb. Just that whole.
Wow.
It's like, you know when you got pins and needles.
Yeah.
Yep.
And your leg is a bit sort of numb. Actually, no. I got a better analogy. You've had dental work done, and you know it's just starting to come back.
Numb. Yeah.
You know, I can feel it, but it's starting to come back. So that's how it feels. So
I had a weird flashback to a thing we used to do when I was at school. You get someone, you hold your finger out and you tell someone, okay, grip my finger, squeeze it really tight. You got to like clutch, and then you like stroke their hand while they're flexing their fist. You do this, and then you go, now they just relax a little bit, let my finger out, and you take your finger out. Then you go, now open your hand up. And it's like all the muscles in their hand have locked up, and you can't open your hand without it causing excruciating pain. It's I don't know what it was, but it was some fucked up thing we used to do when we were at school. But
my favourite thing to do when I was at school was to, you ever seen Family Guy? And it's the static electricity.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Me and a couple of friends, we just did that all the time for a year.
Did you ever have the Van de Graaff generator in science, which is a thing that generates a massive static electricity charge?
Oh yeah.
And the science teacher's doing things like putting his hand on it and the hair goes everywhere. But then you have a thing that absorbs the shock. But then also, if you put your hand on it before the charge builds up, then you just hold your finger out and go, no one come near me. If they come near you, a really painful electric shock will leap off your finger and hit them.
Do you know,
messed up stuff you do in science?
One of the
I was
things
known.
used to have a
I was
problem
known in science class to be the guy to never get into a tea towel fight with. Um,
Oh God.
because I got taught by the master of tea towel whipping, my father. That man had deadly accuracy and was lightning fast with the goddamn tea towel. He'd whip you 6 times before you moved your fingers. It was amazing. So
yeah.
I'm really good with the tea towel fights. We were in science class once, and we were doing things with water and whatnot. So the teacher had also given out towels for us to
Yeah.
clean up our little,
Messes.
places that we're all sitting at and all whatnot. And somebody thought that it would be a terrific idea to come up and whip me in the back with the damp end of the tea towel, And I was like, "Oh, fucking get you," What they didn't take into account is that they were wearing shorts. I wasn't.
Oof. Naked legs.
Oh yeah, right on the top part of the innermost thigh.
Oof. Sensitive.
And it cracked that loud that it echoed off the wall.
Funnily enough, I used to have use the same thing. You could fold it a certain way, not roll it, but fold it. And then when you did it, it was like Indiana Jones with the whip.
Yeah.
It literally went.
Yep. No, when I cracked him on the leg and he's hit the deck howling in pain, everybody thought that was the funniest fucking thing in the world because we're all high school students and, so the next thing you know, the whole classroom is devolved into tea towel fights with everyone, And people get whipped on the arms and on the back and whatnot. But then one poor girl, she got whipped and it hit her eye.
Oh, no.
God, her eye was closed, but it got the bottom eyelid.
Yeah.
With
Very
the end of it,
sensitive.
and it kind of came across here. She had a purple bruise that went from just underneath her eye to the to like her ear here, where this thing connected. Like it was a heck of a hit. And at that point, the teacher, when it came time to do any other things with water and whatnot, we got these tiny little dinky blue microfiber bloody wipe 'em up cloths that you couldn't whip anybody with.
No
And
more
none of the
details
kids,
for you.
and none of the kids had the upper body strength necessary to be able to do it with like a proper towel.
The worst,
which that takes a whole new level of skill to do that with like a proper towel than it does with a tea towel.
The worst pain I've ever had was being shot in the eye. Well, no, it's not the worst pain ever, but it's kind of up there. Was being shot in the eye with a Nerf jolt, by a 3-year-old.
Whoa!
Actually, he might have been 4, but it was right in my eye. It was weeping for half an hour. Honestly,
the worst pain for me was definitely.
He was giggling at me, and I'm trying to contain many swear words that he shouldn't hear.
Yeah, you're not allowed to retaliate. Yeah.
No, that's right. Yeah, no. The worst pain for me is definitely kidney stones. But the worst pain in terms of like doing a physical injury to oneself was the time that I didn't quite, but I was very close to dislocating my hip.
Oh, god damn, that sounds bad.
I fell off a fence and my leg got caught in like a thing that was close to the fence and whatnot, and I came down and it almost dislocated. It didn't quite, but it came bloody close to dislocating. And I cannot begin to describe. Like they say that there's a pain scale of 1 to 10. I shit you not, it was 28.
Oh, I'm having all this imagined pain in basically all my joints at the moment. I'm imagining each and every joint being ripped out, and I'm just like, no, that's not good. That is not good at all.
I probably told you about this before, but my most blissful moment is being cut with a scalpel.
Oof.
Being
cut with something sharp is
that's
really
my
something
most
else.
blissful moment, and the reason why it's the most blissful moment is because in 2004 I went to university, and I only lasted 9 weeks, and 7. It was actually 7. The stress of it, because I got agoraphobia, I didn't realize how bad it was, but the stress of it was so much that I ended up getting an abscess on my tooth.
Oh Jesus!
And it like for the first week, I'm taking antibiotics, and it did nothing. And of course, you're thinking, well, it's going to get better because I'm taking these antibiotics. They weren't strong enough. And so what I ended up with was like my cheek was all swollen up, and I had between my teeth and my cheek, I had like a sack, which was like, one of those cocktail sausages. It was like I had one of those, like that. It was so painful, and it was pushing on my eye socket.
Oh, Jesus.
That's what was causing the pain. I was in utter agony. I have some painkillers. They're 500 milligrams each. I was taking them in pairs. You're only supposed to take 8 a day maximum. I was taking 12.
Oy.
And, as soon as they started to wear off, the pain just, and I was like, crying, please stop, kind of thing, just absolutely making me insane. But I basically had a nervous breakdown. And I decided I was going to leave. As soon as I decided I was going to stop, the pressure went, and I started to feel better already. And so I went to the university, and I, sort of said, look, I'm resigning, or whatever you want to call it. I'm dropping out. And then I went to the dental hospital that was attached to the university, and I explained what the problem was, and she said, yeah, we're going to lance that. So the student doctor cut the sack with the scalpel, and the pain went from 1,000% pain, which is an exaggeration, obviously, but it went from 1,000% pain to no percent pain in the time it took me to say those words.
Oof. Pressure is a whole thing.
The most blissful moment is having like just the worst possible pain, and suddenly that pain is just gone.
Yeah. Pressure is a whole thing.
Under pressure.
And so I then ended up spending the next sort of few minutes kneading my cheek and feeling the squirting of the pus or whatever.
Yes.
It's like a self-irony taste to it,
I don't want to know that. No.
Yes.
It's a styrofoam cup.
Exactly.
So,
Yes.
Nope.
Thank you. I
No,
need
no,
that.
level of
medical horror. Oh dear.
A whole level
medical
of
gore.
And now we know that Abigail is a massive, massive sadist.
Yeah.
I'm not a sadist.
Just like medical
Not a
gore.
sadist. I don't like inflicting pain or anything. I wouldn't do this to other people on purpose. But if people got into accidents and took photos or video of their mangled body parts, I would want to see that.
Do you know something? I think I've never really been a terribly squeamish person, except for when I've seen it in myself.
I hate seeing it in myself.
Fine. But when it's me, that's when my stomach starts to go. But the only time I had a reaction that was different to that, I found a website called rotten.com back.
Oh God, that's what
rotten.com, yes.
And there was stuff that was interesting. So it was like someone who, some arsehole had going to put wire up, and some motorcyclist had lost his head, basically. So just his head lying next to a body in a motorbike.
That's a website for sadists.
Yeah.
The one I remember is Mexican garbage truck tragedy with guys getting crushed in the compactor in a garbage truck. But,
one where a motorcyclist got clipped by a vehicle and it ripped their whole leg apart.
Now, if I may,
I just want to finish this last bit.
Okay, please. And I would very much like to change the topic, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So because of
the last one I saw was someone who riding a Harley or something like that, biker kind of guy, and he's wearing an open face helmet and hit the.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
And it's like, you know when someone has
face
like
hanging down,
that goes all over your mouth. It was like that, but it was his mouth.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's when I felt green enough to turn it off.
Yeah. Yeah, they were.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Been back
remember the guy from the Fast and or Furious movies who passed away in an unironic car
In a
accident.
car crash. Yeah.
I've seen his autopsy videos.
Oh Jesus. 'Cause he
Well,
was
his
in
autopsy
50
pictures.
Because
Well,
Angry.
no,
Angry. I've just got my
his
sorry.
face was
I've-
all shredded by.
Yeah.
I've got my screen
Vehicle.
shared at the moment. Would you bring that up for us, please? Alrighty. Can we see this?
It's very
It's very small. It's very
unfortunately-
widescreen and small.
There's no way that I can make it any bigger, unfortunately, because it's on damn Facebook. But this clip had me rolling in laughter. My hope is that the sound works.
Can you put it on? Can you share it on the Discord, and that way,
I might be able to get
Angry
it
can
bigger.
show a larger version?
Actually, yes, I can do that.
Because I can barely see it.
All right,
It was
no
very
worries.
small.
Let me just bring that up. You.
I'm going to
There we
stop
go.
talking about medical gore for everyone's
Okay.
benefit.
There we go. The link is
And
now
drink
on
some more
Facebook.
gin.
There.
Yes. Right.
Oh yeah,
So,
my worker's birthday tomorrow.
whose birthday is it tomorrow, Pat?
My worker.
Your what, sorry?
birthday. Worker.
Worker.
Get up. Yeah.
Okay. And how old are they?
25.
That's awesome. Congratulations to them.
Yeah.
All right. I might be able to do this. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Sharing the screen and the Facebook. Okay, what does that look like? Oh, there we go.
There we go.
That's
Yeah,
a little
just-
bit bigger.
Oh,
at least.
that's better.
Yeah. Now this had me roaring in laughter. It only goes for 3 seconds, but it's hilarious.
Huh.
Just with abdominal!
Okay, that was pretty funny.
That's weird.
That had I couldn't breathe for the first 10 minutes after seeing that for the
Oh,
first
dear.
time. It was just so funny to me. Oh my god. I don't know what he was screaming. I have no idea. I would love to get a translation, but oh man, I couldn't breathe.
Yep.
Oh, thank you.
That was special.
Yeah, that was off TikTok.
Of course it was. It's all off TikTok.
Every now and again, you get solid bloody gold off TikTok. You really do. One
Well,
of my favorite
that's
ones.
a million monkeys with a million typewriters, basically.
Yeah. Oh, there was
I know
one where a
TikTok.
guy had he dressed himself up as Jesus. He already had the long hair and the beard and moustache and whatnot, and he's put on a robe and looking like Jesus. And he comes through a door and he goes, "If I broke into your house looking like this and being Jesus, what are you gonna do?" And it cuts to a guy that's in a workshop, and he just kind of looks up at the camera and he brings up a nail gun and he goes, "It's not going to take so long this time."
That's apparently a subset on TikTok because I saw one black guy who thinks he's a gangster or something. He's got like a weird grill and he's going like, "Yeah, I come and break into your house. What you gonna do?" And then there's this lady, she's like a little southern lady. "Oh, bless your heart, darling. You think you're nothing? I'm gonna say you should maybe say where are you from? Like Chicago? You should stay there because, honey, you come down here." And you're going to come up to the house, and we don't know you. I just hope you made your peace with Jesus because you're going to be meeting him soon because, we're armed. And if we don't know you, it was just, and she was like this blonde lady with just doing all this southern charm, like, "Oh, bless your heart, little darling. I just hope you've made your peace with Jesus because you're going to be meeting him." And
You know that dog picture? You remember that dog video I talked about? I just posted it for you. Have a watch.
what, on Discord? Or
Yeah,
Is it on the Discord?
yeah.
Yep. All right. So that's up to Angry then.
oh god, it's a dog. Okay, let me
It's
see.
the
Okay.
video I was talking
Dog.
Let me see.
More dogs.
Because
I like
dogs are greater
dogs.
than cats, Abigail.
I like dogs.
Nah,
All right,
it's not
I'll
true.
I'll full screen it.
Just is, just
Let's-
completely.
Let's.
It's just
where are we?
It's just
All right.
isn't.
All right. So I got it's yeah. I've got to do it in a couple stages.
It's objectively not true.
Dun, 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 dun. All right. Let's go full screen and.
Oh, look at you! I saw this! You better sick!
Oh, okay.
I said my sister.
That was.
Throw that.
It must be a thing going hand in hand with people who are pimple Nazis. They think that fart jokes are fucking hilarious. Eleanor would be on the fucking floor
Okay.
rolling in laughter on that.
So you might as well laugh at fart jokes because you've already smelled the fart.
Yeah.
You're
But
just
again,
depriving
dog
yourself
farts
of
are
laughing.
So stinky. And
Dog
that
farts
person
are the
thinks they're
worst.
so clever. They're cooling down with the fan under the sheet thing. They're a genius.
Yep.
And their
It's-
other
it's one
half
thing-
managed to coordinate the dog to fart straight into the fan. That's
It's-
nightmare
Yep.
material. That's
It's one thing to be able to make your friends or significant other or whatever laugh with a joke or a situation or whatever the case may be. But it is an entirely different thing when you accidentally make a significant other or a friend laugh through something that was completely involuntary. The one that happened with Eleanor and I is when I was lying down in bed trying to get ready to go to sleep, and Eleanor is in the process of getting ready for work. I felt one in the chamber, but I decided not to let that rip because Eleanor was, getting ready for work, and I didn't want to be that way. But then I sneezed.
Ah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
One cannot
Yep.
control
Pressure. Yep.
Yep.
No.
And this has forced this one out the chamber with a great amount of force. It hurt.
Great
Okay.
anger and furious vengeance.
Oh yeah, no. So it was a case of fuck. Eleanor couldn't fucking breathe for the next 20 minutes.
She's just laughing
She,
too much.
she laughed her fucking ass off. It is the hardest I
Yep.
have ever seen. I thought that was going to be reserved for
How-
the first time to
how-
me without pants on, but no, it was for the time that I fucking sneeze farted.
How, given everything we've discussed tonight, how are you married to Eleanor and not me? Because I have more in common with her than you do.
You know what you
Oh,
don't?
dear.
You know what's missing for you, Abigail? Pimples.
There you go. Yes.
Yeah, I need more pimples.
That's what
Clearly,
Grasshopper's
Yeah.
got.
Well,
That would
that
seal the deal.
that
Yeah.
and proximity, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
proximity is a thing, but also I don't think that Eleanor could date another woman with bigger boobs than her. Just out of sheer
That
jealousy.
would be very difficult.
No, because Eleanor's as Eleanor has described her own breasts as two aspirins on an ironing board. Yeah, like I've got bigger boobs than my wife, and I'm not saying that to brag. It's just a fact.
Oh god.
And I've got amazing boobs. Like they're
You do.
pretty
You
spectacular.
do have amazing boobs. Yeah, you do.
I'm doing quite well too.
Okay.
Congrats. That is awesome.
You were talking about fart jokes, and that's one of the things that I miss about family.
Not a good fart joke.
Yeah, well, what happened was when my brother was very young, he had a bowel condition. Don't exactly know what it was, twisted bowel disease, whatever it was. But basically, it would take him like 6 weeks to go.
Oh Jesus, that's not good.
You know, he couldn't poop properly. And when he did, he was dropping something like this big and that fat. You know, it was like weeks worth of stuff.
That's not good. That's not good at
That's
all.
unhealthy.
That's actually medically
There's nothing
dangerous.
good about that. Yeah.
Stomach pain, time, things like that. Well, one of the side effects was he used to fart a lot. And so we turned it into a joke because obviously we didn't want it to be something shameful because he couldn't help it and he was a kid, and of course fart jokes are funny anyway. So
Yep.
you know, so we've always had a bit of a fart joke family. You know, Pull
Well,
my
Mega
finger.
Leech just
I mean, pull my finger never got old.
Mega Leech just posted in
Yep.
the meme section of the Discord channel. If you don't find farts funny, then you're a loser because you're choosing to have less joy in your life, but the exact same amount of farts.
Yep, that is
That's
correct.
true. That's real. That's very real. You know, we have a
That's very
stupid
logical.
We have a stupid joke in our house. Our ensuite bathroom has a window to the outside world, which I find a bit weird. But there's a very narrow sort of walkway, and then there's the fence. So no one can look in. It's just if you walk past. But occasionally, like if I'm coming out of the shower, if like Mrs. Angry is doing some gardening or something, she might be using the walkway. And if she hears me like coming out of the shower, she'll wait there. And when I come out, she does the window washer thing and looks in and goes, ugh. And so I have to do the shrieking, like holding it. Oh no, you beastly person! Go away! Go away! Go away!
Although I had a wholesome joke moment about a week ago with a friend of mine. They have got 2 kids, 15 years apart.
Wow, that's a
And
kids,
yes,
That's
now
good effort.
their daughter came out as their daughter about 3 years ago.
okay.
And is going through that whole process, and the family is all very loving and accepting and helping in all of those different ways. But their younger brother, who is 12 at this point in time, was like he's all for it. He's changed his pronouns. He's using the right names and all of those sorts of different things. He's been a great kid about it. But he decided to try and find trans-friendly jokes because they've got a family full of jokesters. They like cracking jokes. And he turned around to his mum and his dad, and he turned around and he goes, "Mum, Dad, my sister is trans." "Yes, she is. That means that you guys are transparent."
Yep.
Yeah.
I have a comical thing to share with you, if
Yes.
I can. Yeah, it's that one. I've got a funny thing to share with you. My screen has kind of got stuck, and I thought this was really good. So
Let me see.
So you got Pat with his finger halfway up.
Digging for gold. There you go.
And Abigail going, "Oh my god, that's awesome."
So you gotta like really just kind of
just dig it for
just
gold.
get it in there.
Up to the third knuckle. That's what you're gonna get.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
It's really
dear.
like goatsy that nostril, like
Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking of the more innocent age of the internet where Goatsy was the worst thing. And there were my two favorite news groups on the Usenet. One was Accidental Goatsy, where people would share images from the world that appeared to be saying a Goatsy. And the other one was First Goatsy, where you've got a friend who doesn't know what it is, and you go, "Oh, it's this," and you take a picture just when they look at it for the first time. And so the Accidental Goatsy gallery was just dozens of people going, just all these horrified people.
The one that made me laugh was a friend of ex-friend of ours. We no longer talk to him, but a guy that we used to know by the name of Steve. In the 2007 election of Rudd versus Howard, he drew up or printed out a whole metric bucket ton of what looked like political ideal posters that he then painstakingly himself, to give him full credit, he was very committed to this, going out to all of the different power poles and trees and whatnot where all of the other political posters were and nailing these things to the trees with pull-off tabs down the bottom. And it was, "Are you sick of the two major political parties? Try lemonparty.org."
Oh, yes, I've seen that one. Yes. Join lemonparty.org, which is, for those who don't know, it's an early shock site on the internet. Lemon Party was truly disturbing.
It very much was, yeah. Yep. because I had no idea about it until he showed that picture, and then I looked it up. Sort of like that whole thing, like you tell somebody about blue waffle, and then you tell them never to look it up, or blue oyster, or whatever it is.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
An American sort of junk. You know how they have their breakfast things, which are just 90% sugar and whatnot.
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah.
One of their ones that does these pre-made waffles and whatnot. They actually released blue waffles, and I was just going, "Wow!" If some kid says to their parent, "Can you get us blue waffles?" and the parent doesn't know what it is
and
looks
tries
it
to
up
Google it or something.
online, it's
Yeah,
just-
yeah.
I don't know if this company did it on purpose or if it was naivety, but they literally released a blue waffle product. And I was just like, that's not good. That's not good.
Yeah. No, I only ever fell for it the once with the lemonparty.org. I never got goat seed. I heard about goat seed after I got lemon partied. But then when they saw my reaction to lemon party, which was equal parts of what the fuckedness and another part of good for them, was just like all of my friends were like, oh, now we need to try and shock Shannon with Goatsy and other sites that I won't bother mentioning here in case anybody decides to type them into their browsers. And yeah, it was, I'm like, I'm not falling for any of that. I am absolutely not.
I always thought Meat Spin was pretty funny.
Actually,
Meat Spin was funny.
It was a common prank to pull at my LANs if somebody left their PC unlocked to go into all of their web browsers and set their home pages to Meat Spin.
Yeah. I just love
Or,
the counter on Meat Spin. Like, how long can you keep watching it? And there's a counter for each rotation.
One of the people left their PC unattended for quite a while. When they came back to it, it was at something like 9,500 spins. So, yeah, it kept on going.
It was very
Or
fun.
changing someone's browser setting from, or changing someone's email from hotmail.com to hotmail.com.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, yep, MALE, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I think I probably mentioned this before. I've got a friend. I don't know him anymore because I haven't seen him for ages. Don't really talk to him anymore. So, but we didn't like have a falling out or anything. Anyway, so I knew this person who you know has a bit of a problem with their email, and that is that unlike my friend Samantha, everybody else could spell her name. What happened was she's one of these people who basically just types stuff in and hits enter without reading what they've typed before it goes out.
Right. Yes.
Just to give you an example, people on a forum were talking about hobbies, and she said, I like to go to chariot shops to collect Forever Fiend bears. That was supposed to be...
To collect what?
Yeah, it's supposed to, the sentence was supposed to be, I like going to charity shops, not chariot shops, charity shops, to collect Forever Friend bears.
Forever Friends. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and she put
Okay.
Forever Fiend. So,
Oh, okay.
as a result, now my head, when I see charity shop, my brain goes chariot. But
I like the idea of them being chariot shops.
yeah, so basically what happened was, the reason why she got a problem with her email is that she typed in her, you know, what new email was going to be, and then just copied and pasted it into the verify, and then hit enter, and and she spelt it Samantha. She missed an email.
Oh no!
And so as a result, she keeps getting problems with people like, you know, I sent you an email, but it bounced. They said, I got my name, I spelled my name wrong. You know, but it's, you know. Anyway, I've got this fun story for you. It's not too long one. So, and it kind of goes into the goatee kind of thing, sort of. So, when I was a part of the great debate talking about God and religion and stuff like that on Google Plus, there was this guy called Rand Campbell. He kind of like referred to himself as God's bouncer. That's the way. You know, he had a pre-trial of people he hated, that kind of bullshit, you know. But, and You know, and like he had a conversation with someone, an atheist, and he didn't even know what oh gosh, it was called now 3:16. John 3:16. You know, for God loves the world so much he gave his only son. You know, that kind of thing. He didn't even know what that was. And that's like a mantra. You get it on the NFL and people got the sign waving, you know, stuff like that. It's a weird Christian American mantra. And so, you know, well, every single thing after that had it in it, you know, because he realized he was rumble. He's a con man. That's what the guy does. So this Ran guy decided to start a cult called Ranism. And someone who's, you know, and other people going, like, joining it just to troll him because he couldn't be taken. This is the kind of person you can't take him seriously. So what happened was someone made him a sign, you know, like a logo, and it was like a fist because, you know, God's bouncer kind of thing, because he likes to consider himself a hard man. And it was basically had like a thing around it, and it was basically fisting. That's what it was supposed to be. But of course, you know, he probably didn't know what fisting was either, but you know what I mean. Anyway, so the person who in the atheist did an interview with him, this guy was kind of like ugly, like he'd been a bouncer or like a boxer or something, just had that kind of mangled face. And then he grew a beard, and so my friend Alex described him. He said he looks like my left testicle. And then one day in a Facebook group, and I accidentally went and clicked on it, and it was a picture of Alex Bottom's left testicle, and say like it's round. And the thing is, my brain, the words weren't there. I knew what it was, I just hadn't seen it, and it was like a month later. So kind of my brain had come out of that thinking, the reference to it rather. And so I sort of clicked on this thing. It's like, what is that? So
Abigail, I was just having a look at my Facebook memories, and this thing came up, and it's definitely right up your alley, being the grammar Nazi that you are. And it says, what studying languages is like. Latin, words like yes and no aren't important. Memorize these 3,000 different ways to talk about killing people, though, because you're going to use them. Greek, hello, naughty students. It's participle time. Egyptian, ancient Pictionary. French, pronouncing every letter is for chumps, rather. German, let's combine every other word together to create the ultimate Franken word. Mandarin, lol, what's a verb tense? Spanish, lol, what isn't a verb tense? English, welcome to hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my other favorite Instagram reel of all time, God creating animals. In this one, God's creating spiders. Make it have 8 legs. Seems excessive, but okay. And 8 eyes. You need to calm down a little and give it a butt rope. God creating an alligator.
Butt rope. Yeah.
God creating an alligator. God, see that log? Angel, yeah? God, fill it with teeth. Angel, say again, fill it. God creating bees. Put a needle on its butt. Come on, God, what? Make its puke delicious. What the actual? God making bats. God, just like a hairy black potato with wings. God, also it sleeps upside down like a fucking idiot. God, there, my first animal. Snake. Snake, you're not done, right? How am I supposed to move? Like this. Shimmies. Snake, dude. God making pandas. Call them cow bears. Angel, what? Did I fucking stutter? Take a cow and make it a bear. God creating jellyfish. How about an evil bag? God making chimps. Shrink a gorilla and make it smart. Okay, and what sound should it make? Literally just make it fucking scream. God creating kittens. All right, make them really fluffy and adorable, like little furry hugs. Angel, that's so sweet. And put razor blades on their feet. God creating the praying mantis. An insect that does karate. Angel, okay, now make it bite her husband's head off. Dude, we need to talk. God creating mosquitoes. I wonder how I could get everyone to spray chemicals on themselves and also slap their own faces. God creating dogs. Oh, these turned out great. I'm going to want all of these back at some point. God creating a turkey. Make it like a little shitty brown peacock. Anything else? Yeah, hang a nutsack on its face. Okay, tiny animals, you're ready to be in the world. Ants, yippee, yay. God, okay, now let's make the anteater. The ants, the what?
I've got
The what now?
I've got an old meme somewhere, and it's basically sort of the Noah's Ark story, and the anteater saying, "What do you mean you only brought 2 ants with you?" I got. It's a funny one from QI. Have you seen QI? I bet you have.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I love QI.
Yeah. So there was an episode where, and it's Stephen Fry. It's like, what can you tell me about the pig-faced lady? And basically, what would happen was in those sort of freak show kind of thing, the bearded lady and stuff like that. They would basically get a bear, they would shave it, and then put it in a frock and put it on display. Oh, and by the way, sorry, get it drunk. Get lots and lots of alcohol, get it drunk, shave it, put it in a frock, put it on display.
Wow, okay.
And I remember Jimmy Carr saying, look, I don't care about the pig-faced lady. I want to see someone trying to shave a bear. You'd
have to get it drunk first, I think.
Your face off.
Yeah. Sorry, one going the other way. I remember a story from one of the old Blind Boy podcasts because he loves weird, possibly apocryphal historical stories, particularly about Ireland. And there's an Irish monk who's traveling through Europe, and he's in France, and he hears the talk about a circus that has some sort of wild man or caveman or something, and everyone loves it. It's got huge crowds, and he decides to check it out. And in a cage, there's this just matted, covered in mud thing, jumping around, screaming, and everyone thinks it's just making random gibberish. And the Irish monk, who could speak French because he's in France, the guy's speaking Irish, speaking Guelga, and the monk goes, "What the fuck?" and walks up to the bars and starts saying in Irish, "Who the fuck are you?" And the guy's going, "Oh, someone who understands me. Okay." And he related his story. He was a sailor and the ship sank and he was like hanging on to a bit of flotsam and he washed up on the shore. When he washed up on the shore, he was half dead and just covered in scabs and filth and whatnot. And these people picked him up and were treating him like an animal. He says, but they feed me. And I was just escaping from the famine. And these guys feed me. It's just kind of annoying when they poke me with a stick. But it's not as bad as being in Ireland right now. So I decided to stick with it. Again, possibly completely apocryphal story, but pretty funny.
Yeah.
So I love thinking that those old apocryphal stories. Like I love thinking that they're real because you've got no choice for them but to be a lie, but it would be just so much more entertaining if they were actually real.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And because, again, we've probably all come across stuff that defies belief, but we actually know it's true.
Yeah.
And that's why it's always hard to draw a line because you put up with, particularly online, the conspiracy freaks who come up with the weirdest shit. And then you go, yeah, but there was actually this real thing that was completely unhinged and actually happened. And it's like, it's very hard to have a boundary.
We have a wonderful one going on at the moment. The Tories are pissed off, really, really pissed off because, the whole Partygate with them having parties and
during lockdowns,
having a party the day before, the night before the Queen ends up, sort of burying her husband sitting alone, So there was a investigation into it, and the lady who did the investigation has just been given a job by Labour as the chief of staff to the shadow, the guy who would lead if the next election happens and the Conservatives lose, which is
Keir Starmer.
Keir Starmer, he's not that great, but
No, he fucking sucks, actually.
yeah, but he sucks. But then again, think about what we've got right now.
I was about to say there are a few things worse than the Tories, but again, English politics does my head in.
Yeah. I mean, let's bear in mind that we've had 4 prime ministers in like the last 2 years, and the latest one.
Australia give that a good shot in our defence.
Yeah, there's been a wonderful one that happened. The other day, which was they got this new deal because one of the problems with Brexit is Northern Ireland.
One up.
Yes.
So, Northern Ireland.
If you put in a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Republic,
Yeah.
it's just going to be a target for bombs. Yeah.
Well, and what happened? The thing is, as a part of the Good Friday Agreement, which was like the 90s, it was like no hard border. That was fine because we were in the EU, not a big deal. When we joined the EU, Northern Ireland's like, bit of a problem. Good Friday Agreement says you can't have a hard border. And so Boris Johnson creates a thing where, it's just like a mountain of red tape to deal with this issue that they don't give a shit about anyway, of course.
Yeah.
They just want, it's London people want to get rid of, those people in Europe saying you can't hide your money in the way that we'd like to. So what happened was they've just created a new deal with Europe. Rishi Sunak has created a new deal, and the new deal is a bit like an airport. You know when you've got the red lane and the green lane for the customs thing?
Yeah.
So if it's going from England to Northern Ireland, you've got the green lane, and if it's going through to Republic of Ireland, it's the red lane and more red tape. So it's trying to solve a problem of the red tape. So what happened was the following day, Rishi Sunak is in Northern Ireland talking to a bunch of people in a factory or something, saying, "You've got a brilliant deal. You are able to trade with the EU, so easily." And it's like, that's what it was before Brexit, you nitwit.
Yeah.
He's basically saying, you haven't got Brexit here. Isn't that brilliant? It's like, we could have all had that, but your party went and had a schism and just screwed up the whole damn thing.
Well, I mean, Brexit was a fucked idea before they ever tried to implement it in the first place. So,
well, it's the thing is that there were solid, like left-wing arguments for not being part of the European Union. It's just that the people who were trumpeting Brexit were A, freakish right-wing racist psychopaths, B, they did not expect to win the vote, so they did not have anything remotely approaching a real plan to make it work. They just spent 6 to 12 months lying to the public, and the pro-EU people were basically a little bit arrogant and assuming they were going to win and were talking down to people, and they let the populist thing get away from them. But it is truly horrifying that the people who were trumpeting pro-Brexit never expected it to go through, so they were just confidently saying the most deranged, untrue shit because they thought they'd never have to deliver on it.
I think it's the same. I think it's the same with the same-sex marriage plebiscite in Australia. I think that Tony Abbott was absolutely fucking certain that it was going to fail. I think that he was, like, him and the fucking idiots that were crowing for it, I think that they were absolutely certain that it was going to fail.
I will straight up say I disagree. Tony Abbott and the various right-wing religious fuckheads here just wanted the opportunity to be as hateful and divisive as they could be.
That too, without a doubt.
They knew for a fact every single survey, every single opinion poll said an overwhelming majority of the population are in favor of this. Their last-ditch thing was instead of just legislating this as we should, because we know people want it, we'll just do this last-ditch divisive thing where we get to be as hateful and fucked as possible. And they were trying to derail it, I think, but I don't think they're comparable in as much as Tony Abbott was being a hateful, divisive shithead, but every single survey, every single opinion poll told them an overwhelming majority of people supported this. So the plebiscite was just a last opportunity to be a piece of shit. Brexit, on the other hand, the pro-Brexit people, to my mind, clearly never believed it was going to happen, so they could just say any level of outrageous shit because they deliver on it.
If I remember rightly about the Brexit thing, it only passed by the skin of its teeth as well, didn't it?
Yeah. It was 51 to 49.
Right. Yep.
You know, it was that close.
Because there was a call not long afterwards to redo the vote because they were certain that it was going to fail if they redid the vote, but they decided against that. And Pat, I was just about to say Pat's about to drop out. His thing's hung, so.
All right. Fair enough.
That usually happens.
Yeah, you were talking about the same-sex marriage stuff. I'm kind of worried about what's going on for people like me, being trans and everything, because the next election is up in a year and a half's time, and the chairman of the Conservatives or whatever it is, has said that they're going to use immigrants and they're going to use trans people as wedge issues, and that's it's going to be a cultural thing, basically.
Oh yeah. You'll learn in the US because it's real nasty in the US.
Speaking of elections, New South Wales has a state election in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And if all of the polls are to be believed, Liberals, run by Dominic Perrottet, who I lovingly refer to as Dominic Parrothead.
Parrothead. I am sure every day of his school life, people called him Parrothead. I am convinced everyone every day called him Parrothead.
If the polls are to be believed, they don't stand a chance, and I couldn't be fucking happier with that. I would be thrilled if we had an outcome like WA, where the Libs got voted into fucking non-existence. That would be just brilliant. I
don't think that will happen, but you may possibly get as conclusive a result as happened in Victoria.
That would be I would love that very much. My dream is for the WA result. I'm not.
We were
not
joking
betting on
because
it.
that was just hilarious to actually see them just fucking slip into oblivion. Was
God, that was
amazing.
fucking beautiful. Yeah, I loved how they did the same thing over in WA as they did with Victoria in your last state election, where they're like, they were saying that Dan Andrews wasn't that popular anymore and people hated him and they hated the party policies, and they destroyed the state over COVID and all of these sorts of different things. Then the election results came in and they were like, we weren't wrong.
And
like,
honestly, they started to get to me in the last couple of weeks in the lead up to the election. The constant media, it's going to be close. I was going like, no, common sense tells me that's not possible. But the constant media barrage actually started to get to me, and I felt bad. And of course, the result came in that just conclusively said everyone in the media is either lying or a fucking moron. Take your pick, which they are, because they were conclusively and overwhelmingly wrong. It wasn't even close. Labor actually improved their position, which on election night, I don't know if anyone remembers, I was doing my betting things. I had Labor winning.
We saw Abigail out at the Greens event.
Yes, Abigail joined from the Little Greens Party. But I had the odds, like Labor winning with a reduced majority I had as even money. Labor holding I had about 5-1 against, and Labor actually improving their position, I had it 20-1 against. Liberals winning, I was still confident. I said it was 50-1 against Liberals winning. I wasn't, as much as the media unsettled me, I didn't believe it was real. And so, but yeah, the 20-1 came in. Labor actually ended up with one more seat than they had in the previous election. But
in the WA election, they were saying that I forget the leader of WA. His name completely escapes me, but they were saying that the Western Australians were sick to death of the closed borders because of COVID, that they were sick to death of this because he passed a piece of legislation over there about same-sex marriage, like protecting it properly over there and all of these sorts of different things. They're like, oh, people are sick to death of this wishy-washy, lefty, leany, loony fucking politics. The Conservatives are gaining such a foothold because people are sick to death of this do-goody fucking thing. And then the Libs got voted into non-existence. And it was just fucking
did they have like 3 seats? It was like ridiculous.
Yep.
That's ridiculous that they.
It is Labor. Yeah, their parliament over there is Labor versus Independents.
Yeah.
And go figure, in a state that has an appropriate amount of left-leaning independents being against their Labor government, they have some of the best funding for things like public hospitals, public schools. Their Medicare works way better than ours do. Their waiting times are less than ours. Their public transport's better than ours. Their roads are better than ours.
Funny
their
how that
electricity
works.
prices are cheaper than ours. Like everything. Like one of my best friends in the world, a lovely lady by the name of Alana, lives over there, and she keeps on making the joke about the sovereign state of Western Australia.
Yeah.
And I'm, the more she says that, the more I'm like, unfortunately, that's too fucking close to accurate because of the change. Like the juxtaposition of living in Sydney versus fucking Perth. Sydney is supposed to be this grand shining example of what Australia is supposed to fucking offer. And yet Perth has got it way fucking better than we do. Way fucking better.
There's been a like a separatist movement in Western Australia since Federation.
Forever. Yeah.
But ever since the mining
it's
boom,
almost impossible.
yeah. But ever since the mining boom, they've arced up again.
Yeah. The closed border thing was hilarious. Federal and Eastern Conservatives saying everyone's arcing up about the closed borders. They're like, no, all their venues were still open while all ours were shut down. All their social venues were still open because they weren't allowing infected people from other states to enter.
For the longest time, they had like no fucking lockdowns and everything. Yeah. Talking to Lani when we were going through our lockdowns here in Sydney, and she was just like, lockdowns? What's a lockdown? I'm like, you fucking smug bitch. Like, I love you to tears, but you smug bitch, but yeah, no, that's what you get when you've got a government that actually gives a shit about its fucking people. And I mean, that's the thing. Australia could have been so fucking well insulated against COVID. And the direct fucking decisions of Gladys Koala Killer and fucking
the combination of the federal Conservatives and the New South Wales Conservatives fucked us.
Yep, completely, absolutely, and completely. And then the whole fucking hotel quarantine fucking shit show. It was just, it has literally gotten to the point for me in my mind that I honestly cannot understand how people can still support either of those parties on a state or a federal level. Like it honestly, I cannot understand their fucking point of view. Apart from complete racism, homophobia, all of those sorts of things put aside, I am talking about strictly political ideals and who has the proof in the pudding of who's done the better for the country, the better for the state, the better for the people. How people can still be like, no, we need to vote the Libs back in. It completely boggles my fucking mind.
There's a weird thing in sort of political, I don't know what to call it, political theory. And it's basically that there's this sort of, pendulum swing, and it swings from extremism effectively. I think the problem that America has got in particular is that pendulum isn't doing this anymore. It's doing that. It's falling all the way over. And I think, your politics and my politics are probably the same story. I don't mean your, I mean Australian and British,
Yeah, no, we are fairly similar. Speaking of anything's a dildo if you're brave enough, what is that white thing to the right of you, Abigail?
This thing.
That's a goose, isn't it?
That's
That
my
thing-
untitled support goose.
This has been Dr. Abigail's
Because from
Facebook
far
page.
away on that it and just the position that it was in,
Yeah.
it looked like it could have been anything but a goose.
Yeah. This is my untitled support goose.
That is adorable as hell.
Isn't
That
it?
is super adorable. I love it. I absolutely love it.
So I've got something sad to talk about for a moment.
Ooh.
So in the UK, a trans girl, 16-year-old, was murdered, stabbed to death. in a
Yes.
How
car,
about that? Yep.
like
Yeah.
25 minutes drive away from here. And, like just the transphobia that's been coming out over the last couple of years in particular, where like drag queens are groomers. This is in America, but it's a lot here as well. And J.K. Rowling, J.K. Rowling has become so far to the right that even the evangelicals are saying that you can read her books now.
Yes. They're on board with her because she's enough of their hate that you're.
Oh
allowed
yeah,
to
no,
read-
I remember
read books about
the whole
witchcraft.
fucking indoctrination camp fucking documentary where the lady was getting up in front of those kids and saying, Harry Potter's a sorcerer and in the Bible he would have been put to death and all of these sorts of different things, and you can't read Harry Potter because it promotes witchcraft, and now they're all like, no, you should absolutely be reading Harry Potter.
Yeah.
But no, this is one of the things that I screamed about when fucking Trump was running in America, and I think that everybody will agree with me here. Trump, in and of himself, of course, he was a fucking problem. But the more overarching problem of that piece of shit having the platform that he did for the 4 years was that he unfortunately emboldened all of these fucking assholes who are coming out the woodwork now. Over in America, you got the fucking Proud Boys and those fuckwits.
Hey, so I
No,
have
please.
to interject.
Please.
I just watched a really, really fucking hit way too close to home, sad fucking show on ABC iView. It actually came from the UK. It's called Butterfly. And I've been struggling with kind of depression for the past few weeks. So I have to nope right out of this conversation. So
All right,
I'm just
so
going to
let's-
take a break.
talk about
You
something
guys
pretty.
continue. You guys can talk about it because this stuff
I
needs
like
to be.
talking about something pretty.
Well,
No,
Yes,
I'm all for changing complete topics. I am
Because
100%
I can't
I
I
wanna
can't deal with
preface-
another name on the list for Trans Day of Remembrance. I can't deal
No,
with
I-
that right now.
I appreciate
You know what?
that.
I do
I
want to.
completely
I do want to
appreciate
make.
that.
I want to turn this into a good thing, because as sad as it is, and it's linked to it, but so I go to Manchester. I go into town.
I'll
once
be
a
right.
week,
Sorry, phone call. Be right back.
and too often
Hello?
I end up wondering: is today going to
Hey,
be
how
the
you
day
doing?
that I get physically assaulted for being trans? That kind of thing, But there was a vigil in Manchester for this girl, and there were loads of people that turned up, and we've got a park that's like 75 meters by about 40, and there were well over 1,000 people. I'm going to present my screen so I can show it you. And this is just me rotating the camera around. Can you share that, Angry?
Sorry, I'm just doing that.
This was a park with just absolutely jam-packed full. There were well over 1,000 people there. And as hard as it is, I struggle with crowds, but my gosh, this was just absolutely jam-packed. As hard as it is, I knew that every single one of those people out there had my back that day.
Yeah, that is positive. I like that. Solidarity. I'm a big fan of. All right, sorry.
So
solidarity is a good thing. We love solidarity.
So I have got to get going. One of my clients has had their entire system completely shit itself, so I got to get in the car and drive out there and fix it. My love to you
12:30 on
all.
Friday night. Jesus, that's a professional. Yeah.
Well,
there you go.
that's what my business is surrounded by. That's why I get paid the big bucks. Abigail, please give that goose a gigantic hug from me. And if I ever see that goose, I am going to completely steal it from you because I think it is super adorable. And Eleanor will absolutely fall in love with it and never give it back to you. My love to you all. Good night. And Abigail,
No.
see you guys.
Here's a fun little thing. So one of my friends gave me this wristband. It's got sharks on it.
Yeah.
And that's like a trans thing. And you think, why? And apparently Blaha, that's the plushy shark that's sold at IKEA,
Right.
is trans. I don't understand why.
A trans shark, why not? We had a pride shark here in Sydney for Mardi Gras, which was hilarious because it was upsetting conservatives, which is always funny.
Yeah, and this is
anything that
trans shark.
Look at that face. It's the stupidest picture, but I thought it was really funny. It's Estradol.
Anything that upsets conservatives is okay with me.
Yeah, it was really weird. Yeah, it was just like the rainbow shark, and it's like they're such delicate little flowers for all their weird things about no cancel culture. You're a snowflake. The slightest fucking thing sets them off, and it's like, okay, do you need to lie down, Petal? What
It's ironic, isn't it? You know, basically they're vampires. They can't see their own projection in the mirror.
Yeah,
You know,
and
it's like they can't see their own projection.
the best one yet is The Last of Us, the TV series The Last of Us on HBO, which anyone with an objective brain goes, well, this is one of the pinnacles of television of all time. This is amazing. So there's a weird thing like with the Rings of Power, you could absolutely argue problems with the storyline, the acting, the whatever and whatnot.
I've heard a very good argument that, like a really convincing argument, that the Rings of Power was actually written by AI.
What's
But
the Rings of Power?
you can absolutely make arguments that the Rings of Power, there were problems with story, with character, with da-da. But the most vocal, weird, psychopathic people online, it was literally they were angry that there was a female protagonist and there were non-white characters. That was what was upsetting them. But
and a black elf. Oh no!
If you were at all a rational person, you go, yeah, you know what? I can pick on the story, the acting, all those things. But with The Last of Us, there's nothing to hide behind. It's like, I hate the episodes with the gay people in it. That's because you're awful. I didn't like the pacing and no, dude, no.
You're just awful.
This time, you've got nothing to hide behind. You're just a really fucking gross bigot.
Yeah.
Your
So they're gonna.
Your bullshit detector basically saw the backpedaling because the first thing they said is the one with the gay people. That was the first thing on them.
Well, they're gonna absolutely lose their shit at the new Magic the Gathering set. So there's a new Magic set that is actually Lord of the Rings.
Ooh, okay.
It's called Lord of the Rings: Adventures in Middle Earth, and it's a full set, and there's artwork on in the cards depicting all the characters from the books, and they've depicted Aragorn as a strong black man.
Oh,
I shit you not. It's so fucking awesome, and I'm all for it.
Yeah,
I'm absolutely for it. And and the card has him and Arwen married in the art, and it's like he's there with his crown and in his armor, and Arwen there as the elf. She's white, he's black, with the broad nose and everything.
Yeah.
and it's there in all its glory, and it's brilliant. I fucking love it.
Okay,
They're
you
gonna
know what I'm
lose
waiting
their
for?
fucking shit.
The fanfic where another Caucasian elf is cucked because he wanted to marry Arwen, and he actually watches Aragorn fucking Arwen. And
Yeah, actually, I gotta find a picture of it for you because you'll love it.
yes, please, I want to see it.
Yep.
I've avoided most of it, but I saw some other lefties posting on Twitter like, these people are unhinged with The Last of Us going, oh, the gay agenda, they're after us. And I went, the gay agenda in The Last of Us is gay people exist.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the agenda. Existence is the agenda. It's just fuck these people. It's pretty wild. I was thinking, tell you another video. I was thinking of my old videos. My friend who was a stripper who did a comedy festival show about working as a stripper. The show is called Making It Rain. An interview with her. Actually, no, I should actually say they. God, okay, life is too complicated with everyone I've known over the years discovering themselves. Every now and then I blunder. Oh, also, just as a by the by, the actor who plays God, and okay, it's late at night. I've been drinking. I forget both the real name of the actor and the character in the show. The little one. What's her name in the show? There's the man and the little one, and I don't remember any of their names. It's too late. Wait, no, Pedro Pascal. I remember his real name. I don't remember his character name. But the young actor who's actually 19, that's my favorite thing. Because
what?
They're very little. They are a very little person. They are actually 19. They have more recently saying the whole gender thing's not for them. They would prefer to be non-binary. But they're 19. Ellie, thank you, Megaleech.
Holy cow.
But yes. And God, okay, now I don't remember where I was going with this. But anyway, they're cool.
Were you on the lines of politicians complaining about stuff?
I wasn't, but also fuck politicians who complain about stuff.
Yeah, one of my favorite ones was a Tory who basically was complaining that this is ages ago now, but the next Doctor Who's going to be a woman. Oh, how replacing men in these roles, the Ghostbusters and Luke Skywalker. Why can't we have some proper role models like James Bond? It's like James Bond was a government thug.
Yeah. But again, Tories love government thugs. What are you talking about?
Yeah, if you want to know who James Bond is, the current one, Craig, he does a brilliant job of what the book's like. He's a government thug that punches people.
Yeah. He was like...
Okay, I found the picture.
Oh, you found a picture for it?
Okay, so Wizards of the Coast, for some reason, and this is like I can't explain this without going on an epic quest of explanation, but Wizards of the Coast have dumped tens of thousands of magic cards in this dumpster, like this industrial waste disposal site. And this picture was found, it was one of the sheets that they cut the cards from. Where are we? There we go.
All right, what do we have?
And I think it's in Spanish, but that's Aragorn and
Black
Arwen.
Aragorn. Yeah.
Black Aragorn and Arwen. And that's the card.
Yeah. No.
And it's so good.
There definitely needs to be some fanfic where there's a cucked white elf.
So we got there's Gollum.
Nice.
We got Gollum there. That's Japanese.
Oh, that's so precious.
That's Aragorn and Arwen. We got Frodo, Sauron's Bane. And that's it so far. So
Okay.
that art, I
There
want to
was
see. I just cannot wait to see the reaction from.
Oh yeah.
The right
the-
wing teams. The
the
right
right-
wing.
the-
fucking
the
weirdos.
jobs. It's going to be awesome. So, for those interested, the Aragorn and Arwen card, legendary elf human with vigilance, a 3/6 creature that costs 4 green and white. When they enter the battle, when it enters the battlefield, and when it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on all your other creatures. So
Yeah.
buffs your other dudes. So it's classic green white strategy
Yeah.
for all your magic nerds out there.
I
am the uber nerd after all.
You are, yes. you do.
My toes dip into many nerddoms.
More than me.
And
I have a few, but you have more. Yeah.
I am a big Magic the Gathering. My friend Haley came over the other day for my Pathfinder game, and saw a couple of boxes of Magic cards, and these are like large boxes. And she said, "Oh, you're sorting through your Magic cards," and I just said, "Oh, those are the stuff I have sorted already and that I'm keeping." And she's like, "Oh, okay. So how much did you used to have?" And I was like, "You don't want to know." I had like so many. They don't call it cardboard crack for nothing.
Yeah. Well, I did think like, and this is years ago, more than 10 years ago, I was just making a joke on my channel. I did a thing where I said, I'm a bigger nerd than you, and here's why. And I went through a few nerdy things I have. And it was just meant to be a one-off silly thing. And
yeah,
it wasn't meant to be a challenge, but then a bunch of people who watched the video took it as a challenge, and I got all these responses with all their nerd shit. And it's like, here's why I'm a bigger, and it was awesome. And I didn't even intend to do it. It was just, I actually just found the video. It's only 1.5 minutes long. And I was just, the first video is like, I'm a bigger nerd than you. And I didn't actually expect anyone to respond. And they did. And my response video is titled, I got nerd served. Because just all these people came in and they had layers of nerddom. And I was like, okay, you actually fucking win. You're a bigger nerd than me. And I didn't know.
Are you going to show the video?
All right, I'll show it. Okay, this is a, where is it? So this is 15 years ago. Jesus Christ, who the fuck is this guy in the video, honestly?
Considerably less grey.
Self-conscious much? Yeah, if I was really self-conscious, I'd dye my hair again, but I don't give a shit.
Dye cut your hair and then shave the beard.
So I'd be like a Lego person if I dye cut it. Wait, where am I?
Yes.
Okay, full screen this.
I don't.
All right, YouTube, it's challenge time. I challenge you to a nerd off. Yes, that's right. Are you ready to come out of the nerd closet and prove that you have the nerd credentials? Now, don't pretend this doesn't apply to you. You're on YouTube. So far as a lot of people are concerned, that already marks you as a nerd. But you've got to put it to the next level. Get right out of the nerd closet. Now, you might have seen the blogging bot from the future wears a Doctor Who t-shirt. That isn't the nerdiest thing I own. This Mr. Spock tie, which I seriously wear to work, that's not the nerdiest thing I own. My TARDIS cool indicator that goes off whenever someone calls the angry phone. That isn't the nerdiest thing I own. No, my nerd trump card is this. Yes, those are Battlestar Galactica cufflinks. And they're rated so highly on the nerd meter, you have to be a nerd to know how nerdy they are. That's double nerdness. So come on, YouTube, get your nerd on. Show me your nerd credentials, okay? I'll even make a competition of it. Don't know what the prize is, I should have thought of that first. But for the best video response nerd evidence, I'll come up with something. You're not getting my cufflinks and you're not getting my TARDIS, but I'll come up with something. So show us what you got, people. Come out of the nerd closet, say it once, say it loud. I'm a nerd and I'm proud.
Okay.
I didn't expect anyone to respond to that.
I would argue none of that shit is nerdy. Those are all geeky. That you are a geek.
That's a whole
not a
different
nerd
semantic argument. That's a different semantic argument. But
no, it's real. It's a thing. Nerds go deep on subjects. They study them. Geeks are into pop culture stuff. And the people who
some people argue the literal opposite. But anyway,
the people who care about the difference are just dorks.
Yeah. I forgot dorks. Nerds and geeks.
Yeah. I don't care. I don't care. Call yourself what you want.
Yeah.
So when I disappeared for a short while, it's because I heard my mailbox go and decided to, after about 10 minutes, go and pick it up. And I got some Wargame stuff, from someone on eBay. But it came with a Grogu picture in it. With it.
Baby Yoda.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I insist on saying Baby Yoda rather than Grogu.
Yeah, despite because Pedro Pascal was on Saturday Night Live recently, and a couple of weeks ago, he during his opening monologue, he insisted his name is Grogu, right? Like during his opening spiel.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I actually posted a meme that I thought was funny. It was a Last of Us one with him pushing Ellie behind him, but the caption is "Get behind me, Grogu," and Ellie's like, "What?"
What?
Because Pedro's just got confused which magical child he's protecting.
Yeah.
There's another one of the satire sites are going, scientists have estimated in 30 years, every TV show may involve Pedro Pascal protecting a magical child.
And every movie will be NASA going into space to rescue Matt Damon.
Yeah, God, Jesus, how much money's been spent on rescuing Matt Damon? Honestly, the guy causes so much trouble.
I'm sorry.
I know.
I've got to do it. Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
Team America World Police. Oh dear.
Yeah, someone he was on a talk show. He was on a talk show, and I don't remember which one. And they asked him, "Do people actually come up to you and say Matt Damon?" And he just like put his head in his hand and said, "All the time."
Oh dear.
Poor guy.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. So because now that what's his face who played Boromir, what's his name?
Sean Bean.
Sean Bean refuses to die in movies anymore.
We
got to have
everything.
Yeah, I know, right? But he refuses to be in movies where he dies, and he's sick of it. So now that that's gone, we have to rely on two constants in the universe.
Yeah.
NASA rescuing Matt Damon and Pedro Pascal protecting magical children.
Yes, which is a bit more wholesome, honestly. But,
yeah,
also,
of course.
Pre Sean Bean was Charles Dance, and it's a funny thing for me. In the 90s and noughties, Charles Dance was in a dozen movies and TV shows, and he died in all of them. He died in even Game of Thrones, the last big thing he was in.
Yes. He
but-
was. Who was he? He was.
He
Trying to
was-
think who he is.
No, he was Tyrion's dad. He was the Lannister.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yep.
But he seriously, and the reason I remember that is because in the 90s, in a shared house, I had a housemate who looked a lot like Charles Dance, and I did not like this housemate. And so whenever he would frustrate me, I would just go and watch a Charles Dance movie where Charles Dance got killed, and I would feel better.
I'm surprised you didn't make a supercut of all the death scenes.
It was
Charles
the 90s
Dance.
weren't that good. And,
Oh, okay.
it was just
You
like
should do it
everything
now.
Charles Dance was in, he died, and it was just, and it became a joke again with a couple of hours. Like, oh yeah, no, he's fucking annoying me. Let's watch a Charles Dance movie where he dies, and it will feel better.
Yep.
It's a whole thing. It's and what I love is Charles Dance over the 90s. He did art house movies. He was in like Schwarzenegger's worst movie, The Last Action Hero, and he was the bad guy.
Oh, I liked that one.
Oh, it's fucking terrible,
Like-
honestly.
It was okay. Like it had a lot of hype to live up to because it came right after Terminator 2. But
Yeah.
it wasn't bad.
Yes, it was. It was terrible.
No, it really wasn't.
It was they didn't. It's like they leaned too hard into the farce and not hard enough.
It
They
was-
tried to. It sucks. Last
Look,
Action
it was
Hero
very aware of itself
but
and
not
played
enough.
into that.
Not enough. It both leaned into that too much and not enough at the same time because the tone was incredibly inconsistent. It was like, is this a straight ahead action film or is this a self-aware spoof? Because you're trying to be both at the same time and you can't.
I have a soft spot for it.
No, no, because again, I'm a Schwarzenegger fan. I'll put it in my face again. For me, his high watermark was True Lies. I love that movie.
That was
to
a great movie.
Death. That movie is
Yes.
so good. And Jamie Lee Curtis. Oh my god, that movie is just the fucking best.
That little black dress she wears.
Oof. She's amazing. She is absolutely amazing. She's incredible.
Mhm.
But
I
again,
think-
that's a watermark.
Sometimes it's just the little moments that make you chuckle with that movie. Like, for example, the bit where she's like screaming with the gun bouncing down the steps.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's
and and how Arnie uses government funds and like a crack counter espionage team to track like the guys that she's cheating on.
He thinks she's having an affair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Like
Which is, the bit where he's in the car and he's laughing, and you just have this sort of Schwarzenegger go, poof, and just
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just a fantasy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
the truth serum bit where they're being held prisoner, and he's got a truth
Yep.
serum, and she goes, "Are we gonna die?" And he goes, "Yep, probably." And the whole thing was like, "Have you actually killed people?" And he goes, "Yes, but they were all bad." And that's his comedic
Yeah.
stuff came out so well in that.
because he was a serious actors make the best comedians.
And comedians do great in dramatic things. And that's particularly with TV shows. You've seen people who've picked up comedians know timing. Bob
Yes.
Odenkirk, who had decades of doing farcical comedy, let's put him in Breaking Bad, where he has to play straight to this guy who's a psychopath. And there's multiple things where people have gone, oh shit, yeah, comedians know timing. Comedians know how to do stuff deadpan. And you get I agree with you. Good serious actors can do comedy very well. Good comedians can do straight acting very well.
Yeah.
Do you know? I actually
Oh,
think
shizzle.
that there's a real sadness sometimes. I mean, I've watched stuff about oh crikey, he's been in the news. He got Alzheimer's or not Alzheimer's.
Bruce Willis.
Oh, Bruce Willis.
and
Yeah.
it's like, oh, we're going to put him in Die Hard, and they were like, this whole sort of juggling of, but he does comedy stuff. He's not going to be no good at this, And it's like, yeah.
Oh, back in the day, because he was famous for the TV show
Moonlighting.
Moonlighting. So yeah, when he got put in an action hero role, a lot of people were saying he can't do this. And
Yeah, because
lo
he
and
wasn't a
behold-
classic action star.
No, he was a
and
comedian.
he brought some realism to it, and
Oh,
he
yeah.
made some comedic moments of it.
Yes.
And it turned into one of like the best movies of all time.
Oh yeah, it's a brilliant.
Did you
movie.
know? I learned it recently. You know the bit at the end where the Hans Gruber is and he's like onto the.
Oh yes.
Yeah, the watch.
So basically, what happened was the idea was he was going to fall, and he was scared of heights. He was going to fall, but he had the rope thing to,
Yes.
and it's
And
like
it was
"Look,
1,
I'm gonna
2,
let you
3.
go on 3, and they let him go on 1, and the look
Yeah.
on his face is the fuck, because he wasn't.
That's
expecting
genuine terror in falling. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard that
Mhm.
story, which is fun and evil. And
Yeah. And only slightly abusive.
yes, slightly abusive.
Unlike directors who like literally scare the shit out of
like Stanley Kubrick,
actors.
Alfred Hitchcock,
Oh.
pieces of shit.
Yeah, or actually abuse their cast members.
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, and this is what I'm going to spend here is £11 something or other on something that I don't really need. I just wanted.
Sorry, you
I'm
hold
gonna
that
have-
little plastic baggies going. I've just been spending money on heroin and speed.
It's
and
more stuff.
I'm going to take a wee break, so
Okay.
I'll be back in a sec.
Well, I can show and tell my latest work.
Oh yes, please, Laura. I'd love to see it.
So, as you know, I've been doing the War Games painting stuff.
Yes.
And so,
Oh
these
God,
guys-
that's awesome.
Yeah, these guys are the commanders of the army that I have, the space
Okay.
elves. Basically, they're
Yes.
space elves.
Yep.
And and the wings go from green all the way to indigo.
Yeah.
I painted the wings during Pride Week.
Ah, nice. So you got a whole rainbow
outside Pride
happening there.
weekend. So on
Yeah.
Saturday I did Manchester Pride. On Sunday I painted the wings.
Nice.
So now these aren't that brilliant. There's psychic power guys that are much more useful in the game. So
Yeah.
I would rather have 2 of the psychic ones before I'll have 1 of these.
Yeah.
And therefore I've gone and bought 4.
Okay.
Even though I'm hardly ever going to use them at all, they just look like great bloody models. So
Nice.
that was one I did. Then I did this one.
Nice.
And this is the one that I've just gone and bought again, except for I'm going to use a different head and a different gun and
Okay.
the backpack. The backpack is called a warp jump generator. In the game,
Okay.
you can jump 12 inches and shoot someone or close combat or whatever.
Yeah.
And you can see how the blade blends from blue to lighter blue.
Yeah.
And it's like a nebula effect on the backpack.
Yeah.
Big massive gems as well.
Yeah.
They've all got gems on them. There's just so many gems.
Of course.
I mean, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And that's just what we can see on this half. And on the
Yes.
back, it's still got a load more anyway. So then I made a biker one.
Oh, that's cool. Well, he's got like a huge lance.
Yeah, it's the laser lance. So,
That's cool.
and like I say, red to yellow blending, I do that a lot.
Yeah.
So, the barrels are fluorescent orange, so they are much brighter than they appear. The face mask blends from red to yellow as well, and it's red to yellow on the top part. So so then I've made a squad of Dire Avengers. They shoot lots of shots. They're really, really effective.
Yeah.
A unit might shoot 2-shot seats, 10. I've got a model 10. They fire 33 shots.
Mm.
So they are, and there's 10 of them in this unit. Then I did some psychic guys. These are warlocks. And I've gone and changed the way that I've been doing these, the way the colors change. So on one piece of it, because if you can imagine, it's like an angled piece. So this face is on a different angle to the lighter one. So I start with the pink and I go darker on one face and lighter on the other, and then likewise on the opposite side. Then I made these Dark Reapers. And I'm really pleased with the way these came out. Very, like I say, they're almost black, but I used a very, very dark blue, and used a different blue to highlight them. So I think I counted 42 gems on that one.
Yeah.
And the way I do gems is really easy. So all I do is I paint it black.
Yeah.
Then I get a watered down orangey red that I use, and just over the top of it, and it kind of gives it like stains it.
Yeah.
And I go over in like a tick shape with the red, and then just put a dot or two, and use often a little slidey piece on the bottom as well. So and I've got a standard thing. All gems are orange except for if they're on the gun barrel when they're blue.
Oh.
There's the red to yellow blending.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm working on at the moment. These are scouts.
So they look a bit incomplete, yes.
Yeah, bloody hell, it takes ages to do all these.
They look incredible.
So, yeah, if you give me a sec, I'll find the latest... Oh, hang on, wrong button. I'll find the latest picture of them that I've done because they're almost finished. I mean, literally, I've got...
Okay.
I've got them, here. So I'm just finishing them off.
All right.
I need to do the heads now. Varnish them and do the heads. And I took a picture a couple of days ago. There we go. There you go.
All right, we're back.
So these are in an almost finished fashion. That was 2 days ago.
Okay.
And I've done them things a bit different this time. The guns aren't orange; they're camouflage like cloaks are. But like I say, you can see it's quite intricate detail.
Yes.
And
they will eventually have heads, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they'll have heads that go on separately. What I do with the models is I have a little pin vise, so a tiny drill bit, drill, and I put a 0.5mm drill bit in it, and then I drill a hole in the bottom of the head, and then I stick a piece of wire in it, and then I drill a hole in another head, and so it's like almost like dumbbells, but with heads on the end. That's kind of a fun idea. Just bend them, and then it's something you can hold, because holding a little tiny head that's like about 6mm tall is a bit difficult. And of course, all the time you're holding it, there's chances of you scraping bits of paint off.
Yeah.
So I do, sort of something like that. I stick them on. I've got kebab sticks with, with a crocodile clip on the end.
Yeah.
Like I say, there's a couple of heads there.
Yeah.
And that way I can paint them without having to hold them. And it just makes it easier to put all the detail on and stuff. So, yeah, I've been really busy with stuff lately. It's amazing how much stuff I've got done. But these latest ones, they've kind of annoyed me a bit because, I can normally get a squad of 10 done in about a week.
Sure.
Week, 10 days, that's the kind of time, and I put a lot of hours into them. We're talking about like 4 or 5 hours a day I'm putting into painting these models. I've got a visor that I wear for magnifying, so I can see all the details.
Yeah.
And so, but it's taken so much time trying to paint all that camouflage pattern. It's really time consuming.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, I feel like I'm working and working and working and not getting a lot achieved. And then I've also had problems where I don't think I shook the can of undercoat enough.
Oh gosh!
Some of the black paint has grazed off. So it's like I'm not happy with that. But now the bodies are in a complete state. So all I've got to do now is go over them with a couple of coats of matte varnish. I'm going to do a couple of coats to make sure it's nice and secure. And then I get some white, some gloss varnish and go all the gems, so they've got a bit of natural glint as well as So yeah, I've been really quite busy lately.
It does sound pretty busy. Yes, definitely.
So I do have a little quandary at the moment that I need to figure out.
Oh yeah.
So I'll just share this picture as well. So these are the ones. This is the Games Workshop, the company that makes the models. Sharing a picture.
Let me have a look. There we go. Oh yes.
So it's basically the Scouts on bikes. Now, usually when Games Workshop do...
Sorry, I just want to say good night, Mega Leech.
Mega Leech. So Games Workshop, they kind of have like a standardized thing that, pretty much an Eldar army, it's Samhan, the painted red. But what they've done is they've darkened the red, and they put this kind of like arrowed, like diamond shaped patterns on it. It's almost like camouflage, but with reds.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, what do I do with my ones? Because my normal color scheme is this turquoise color.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, so what I could do. So option number one is that, so I know what the bodies are going to look like. They're going to, where the red is here, that's going to be turquoise. And where the cloaks are, it's going to be this pattern. And I've got 6 models to do, so it's still a fair amount of work to do.
Nice.
And then, but when it comes to the bike, what do I do? Now, I could just paint it a darker version. So basically copy this and do a darker version of this color.
Yeah.
Which is easy. And then on my jet bikes, I have star scenes on them.
Yeah.
Which, looks good. So that's because the idea is they're in the desert and they're flying at breakneck speed and sniping people, basically.
Yeah.
Now, I could make the bike in the same desert camouflage as the cloaks.
Yeah.
So if you can imagine, the bike would be like this.
Yep. Sorry, I just want to say hi. It was up raised. That's all right. All right, keep going.
So it's like, do I copy what Games Workshop have done?
Yeah.
Or do I do it my own way? And, both would look good. It's a bit like, when you see like urban camouflage.
Yes.
So effectively, that one's the red urban camouflage.
Yes.
Blue model.
Yes.
Color scheme is a turquoisey blue color. So
yes.
It's like it'll just be a turquoise version of that.
Yeah, and that occasionally happens in the real world where they have been in a desert environment and then they suddenly move to an urban environment, but they're in desert camo, which isn't working, or they're in jungle greens and they're in a desert environment. It's actually a real thing that happens with militaries. Like, oh, which actual camo should we be using now?
It's actually quite funny because if you look at old war movies, in the sort of 70s, 80s or whatever, everyone was wearing green. Then Gulf War 1 and 2 have happened. And so everyone, now when you watch like a modern movie, let's say it's set in it's in an army base, in America, everyone's wearing the the desert colours now.
Yes,
Where it's
because
the-
that's what we
Hey.
saw on the news for a while. Welcome back, Abigail.
I realized that I hadn't eaten all day, so I made myself a sandwich.
Oh, good lord! A sandwich is an excellent idea. If you're at 1 a.m. and go, I haven't eaten, a sandwich is a good idea.
Yeah. So fix myself a hearty sandwich.
Good job.
Actually, one more thing on the Games Workshop stuff. There's a video game called Tabletop Simulator. So you and I could play chess together, you know, you can pick up the thing and move it and stuff like that. But it's community driven as well, so you can create stuff. And so people have created, basically you can play the war games virtually. So I'm just sharing.
Oh, sorry. I'll just get it. Here we go.
So there's one of the maps.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's all quite detailed when you zoom in. And you can get all the models. So you just pick out the ones that you want to play with your army.
Yeah.
You know, and they're all, like, really well detailed.
Yeah.
And so what happens is, in the game, you can basically grab hold of it and move it. And there's, like, a measurement stick at the side.
Yeah.
So you can move how many inches it can move. And then you can sort of, I'm going to shoot. And I'm going to say, right, he's going to shoot at him. What's his range? So you grab on that and you move towards it, and it goes, oh, it's you know, it's within range or isn't within range. So you can actually play a game of Warhammer 40,000 like you would do playing real world, but from my chair.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
That does sound good. Although I have to admit, sorry, my fucking brain went off. Dr. Abigail, have you been watching Picard, the final series of Picard?
I haven't seen the latest episode, but
Okay,
yeah.
First episode, there was just this thing like the cold open with Beverly Crusher and someone invades her ship. Again, this is not just that. This is across a whole bunch of shows and movies where I go, that makes no fucking sense. So the ship gets boarded. She gets a concealed position, braces herself with a rifle and watches, and these boarders who have no idea she's there just kind of blunder in, and she goes bang, 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 and doesn't hit a fucking thing. And it was just like, what the fuck? You're in a concealed position. These guys are completely in the open. They don't even know you're there. And then you go with your not a handgun, a fucking rifle.
A rifle, and not just a rifle, a futuristic space gun, which has got to have some sort of auto aim.
Yeah,
yeah, I know, right?
That was very annoying. Broadly, I have been enjoying it.
It's
so
a
far.
trope that needs to die. It's a trope that needs to die.
I can diss this immediately with Star Trek Voyager Technobabble. The plausibility filters were malfunctioning.
Yeah, no, but it's the
or
whole thing.
The targeted systems won't be delivered until Tuesday.
Yeah, but even like whole things, like again, things I like the movie Starship Troopers, which I think is really good. But there's a whole thing where the humans are there with their guns and the aliens are coming, and they've been told, hit the center mass. If you hit the legs, it won't work. And you see them just sort of going bang, bang, and having no effect. And I'm like, I'm fucking sorry. If you don't actually take them out, you are dead. And you've been told, don't just fire wildly. You've got to hit center mass to take. And it was just like, this is just annoying me now that you're not doing it properly.
But like, a lot of that was panic. Panic counts for a lot of that, and experience. Because as the movie goes on, you see them get better and better at taking out the bugs.
And it's not quite there for me. Bits of it were like, but broadly, I fucking love Starship.
You deserve to have your leg
I will
chopped
watch it 100 times.
Yeah,
I don't mind.
You deserve to have your leg eaten by a big alien.
Yeah. There was it was just kind of, ooh, you were this close. I feel like Starship Troopers was this close to being perfect.
Yep.
And because it got that close, I'll forgive the shit. But if you really push me, I'll go, no, it doesn't make sense. These guys are literally firing 20 rounds without taking a single enemy down. And I'm like, fuck me, you're doomed. If you fire that many rounds without taking them down, you're fucking doomed. And that's the one thing that niggles at me with it. But broadly, I think it's brilliant.
There are times that I do get niggles at, like, for example, do you remember there was a movie called 2012? And it was supposed to be like the world's going to...
Oh, no, but again, 2012 is just stupid as fuck.
It is.
And you switch off all your cognitive functions and enjoy the special effects. Otherwise, you'll have a bad day, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, my plausibility filters are malfunctioning with that.
No,
Because,
you just...
my head is saying...
any higher cognitive functions.
This is the fourth time you've done just in the nick of time.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going down the runway and it's all collapsing around you, and they just the bit they were literally on just collapsed underneath them. And were flying.
And this is the thing that bugs the shit. This crosses everything from James Bond to everything, where people stop a thing with 2 seconds to spare. And I'm like, I'm fucking sorry. If you stopped a doomsday device with 45 minutes to spare, I would still be shitting my pants. If we were 45 minutes away from a doomsday device, I'd be fucking losing it. It doesn't have to come down to 3 seconds. That's a stupid trope that people should stop doing. Because it's basically 6 months. If you stopped a doomsday device 6 months before it went off, that would still be terrifying. Like, holy fuck. If we hadn't worked out how to stop this in 6 months, we would have all been dead. That's terrifying.
Hell, catastrophic climate change is
Hello.
a decade away. I'm fucking terrified of that.
Yep.
Let alone 6 months, let alone 45 minutes, let alone 3 seconds.
It is a dumb trope.
For me, I'm slightly less worried because we don't have massive, flood problems, and we don't have, desert, what do you call it? We don't have forest fires. So you have a reason to be, extremely worried.
Oh, no, Australia will be...
It's going to rain a bit more.
Mad Max was a future documentary that fell through a wormhole. That just reminds me, I've got to watch Fury Road again just to hone my skills for the next 20 years, because that shit's real.
Honing your skills actually involves some practical work as well, not just theory.
No, I don't know.
I'm the same.
Also, I love Morton. I personally love Morton Joe, who's a completely out of shape old guy. He's my role model. Out of shape old guy, Morton Joe, leading a bunch of dumb, really fit young guys.
I just want to point out, I'm not making light of climate catastrophe issue. I'm more making a joke out of you're in a more dangerous position than I am. It's like,
no, absolutely,
you're closer to the fire than me.
No. When dominoes start falling, our ecosystem here is so frail compared to Northern Europe. It's ridiculous.
My joke has been
mind you, once the North Atlantic current
reverses or whatever the fuck that thing is,
bringing warm water to the North Atlantic, Europe is a glacier, so I'd rather be here.
When you look at the potential,
I want to ice skate to America.
Like you were talking about 2012 earlier, Laura.
Swings and roundabouts.
That movie 2012 took the absolute most extreme possible outcome, but they looked and went, oh, there's a study that said if this current shifted, the whole of the northern hemisphere would be covered in glaciers. And it's just like, yep, we are just, humans are just like, hey, I'm tap dancing through a minefield. What the fuck could go wrong? And it's like, oh, honestly, lots could go wrong. That's
you were talking about nerdiness.
Yeah.
So for me, I was a bit triggered by that movie because the USS CV-67 USS John F. Kennedy, the aircraft carrier,
yeah,
was like sailing and it kind of tipped over, and planes falling off it and capsizing, that kind of thing, and that was supposed to be in 2012, and I know for a fact that was mothballed in 2005.
I'm sorry, you're saying Hollywood is less than accurate? I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Also, sorry, Ray, you're talking about again the cold climate things. Again, we live in such a complex system that it is extremely hard to know precisely what will happen. But in broad brushstrokes, you can go, we're probably in terrible trouble.
So I don't believe that for a second. So the core doesn't reverse, the magnetic poles flip.
Oh no!
The time.
Sorry, I think Ray's might have been reading a crazy person's webpage. There is a whole thing about the magnetic poles shifting, and
yeah,
I don't think
it
that will
happens.
affect Australia's climate, though.
That it happens all the time. We're overdue for it.
It does.
It's a process. It's a process that takes 1,000 years or so, and it's also a process that nature over the millennia, over the millions and billions of years, it's largely unaffected by. Nature just shrugs its shoulders and just.
And honestly, we're so worried about
Whatever.
global warming, but look, maybe the Yellowstone supervolcano will erupt and so much debris will be thrown into the upper atmosphere. We'll have winter that lasts for 3 years. And then
There's no danger. There's no danger of that happening anytime soon. You can rest easy about that.
I think no danger is a bit complacent, because
there's minimal danger. There's
a lot of things about the movement in the caldera. There's a thing nobody knows. It's a fringe thing. A much higher risk is a celestial body like an asteroid slamming into Earth
and by much higher risk, you're talking about orders of magnitude
and
in
probably
the negatives.
I think a lot
probability.
of scientists agree the highest risk weirdo cataclysmic event is a solar flare, a mass coronal ejection that wipes out all electronics in the side of the Earth that it hits.
Interestingly, we are hardening our infrastructure at the moment for that very eventuality.
Because you have to, because that's actually the most likely catastrophe from what I've read.
Yeah, I'm more worried about that.
Because that actually happened in the early days of electricity. In the
early
1800s.
19th century.
19th century.
Yeah.
And
early 1800s.
Yeah, it took ages to recover, but of course only a tiny percentage of the globe had electricity. So what? If an equivalent thing
telegraph
happened
wires,
now, if an equivalent happened now, we'd be fucked.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a thing that has actually happened. This is a real thing that has happened.
And again,
that's probably a higher
statistically speaking, we're overdue for it.
Yeah. Also, in antibiotic resistant infections, if that gets even slightly worse than it is now, we're all fucked. Sorry, why am I doing this? Saying fuck things.
So please, Laura, please make light of catastrophic climate change, because I don't want to go to bed screaming again.
No, good. Okay.
Well, you know what? I can help you here, because because like Angry, he said nobody knows, and the good thing is I've got nobody on Discord, so I can ask him.
Yeah, look, again, we are in a weird thing where everything might continue. We might get a whole spectrum of scientific breakthroughs could happen in the next 50 years that head off everything we're worried about. And
or
then,
we could just be fucked.
Do you know
yeah,
what?
You know,
Independence Day could happen. Malevolent aliens could land here and wipe us out.
I think our biggest problem now is Putin. But ironically, because as long as he doesn't shoot off nuclear weapons, I have a feeling that actually we'll be fine. Because, like the 1970s oil crisis meant that people started buying smaller cars that, are lower emission. This became a popular thing. Certainly in America, in the UK. In America, gas is cheaper, but anyway. So what Putin has gone and done is cause a price of oil to go crazy, and the cost of living crisis and all that stuff. It's caused the whole thing to go tits up. But what he's gone and done is slit his economic throat, because it's like, why would you want Germany that was reliant on it, and Italy and all those, and they're like, okay, Putin can't be trusted. We need to find other forms of providing electricity to people instead of oil and but we can't get it from Russia anymore. So now it's like maybe that's going to be the tip, that sort of just pushes it over the edge and saying, right, we can't do this kind of thing, because all it takes is one madman to upset the whole damn thing. We need to be much more energy conscious and make changes. And so Germany's like, yep, we're going to stop doing that whole gas and oil thing. We're going to start using, I think that's what's going to happen. That, maybe.
Well, it's already started.
Yes, that's what I mean. It's showing the strong signs of it. Is this going to be that tipping point where basically all of society goes, you know what, we need to do better, and and it's not going to be about because it's better for the children, because adults can't be, politicians, they can't even think for the next 4 to 5 years, whatever it is, the political.
No, they can only think the next electoral cycle.
Exactly,
Yeah.
And so, we're seeing it all over the place now. In my country, councils have got it into their heads that, cycling and walking is an important element, because every person who rides a bike to work, that 5 miles that, or up to less than 5 miles, which is like most journeys are less than 5 miles in a city. So why would you want to drive when you can ride a bike or get a tram or, something a bit that does better effectively? We're getting those changes that, you build a bit more roads. Even if you make the cars electric and there's less pollution, you're still going to end up with a bloody congestion, and that costs people money. And so even if the politicians are like, you know what, this is a problem, their mindset is, this is a financial problem. It's not we need to do something because it's going to be better for all of us in the long run, because they don't think in the long run. The short run is, we need to do something because it's too expensive not to.
Yeah. You got to speak a language that they speak, that they understand, and they don't really understand or care about short term or things that don't affect them.
Yeah. Funnily,
You got it. Yeah.
I did what I started to tell you about it, but we got kind of knocked off the subject. I was talking about how there was the whole Partygate thing, and the lady, civil servant, she did the investigation into it, and basically said, yeah, they broke the law, and this is pretty bad. And now she's got a job with the Labour Party as the chief of staff for Keir Starmer. And the Tories are going, she was a spy. She was,
I did see that. It was like the Tories gave her a job and she's hung them out to dry just by telling the truth. And now they're like, oh my God, we were deceived. We didn't know she would tell the truth. And it's just like, Jesus Christ.
And now that she's got a job with Labour, obviously that means she was a spy, and it was all a big conspiracy, as opposed to ridiculous. You were shit, you broke the law. She pointed out that you broke the law, and
she wants nothing to do with you.
And now it's like, yeah, the Tories are shit. Would you like to come and work for us? Say Labour. Couldn't be that. It has to be a conspiracy.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. Sorry. This also made me think. I found a video on YouTube the other day, Alexis Sale doing some beat poetry at a comedy club with a poem called "I Hate Keir Starmer." And it was fucking hilarious because even just his leading was just like, okay, I'm going to do this thing, and it's going to have a recurring thing. There's going to be a recurring mantra, and it might feel a bit abstract and obscure, but I hope you roll with it. And it's just like every second line of his thing is, I hate Keir Starmer. It's just an old school lefty who hates this fucking establishment. It was very funny. But anyway, it's like really fucking late. It's not quite 2 a.m., but it's reasonably close.
I'm
1:36.
Yeah. It's just gone 2:30 here in the afternoon.
I know. What are we complaining about, Laura? What are we complaining about?
And I haven't gone to bed yet.
Oh, okay. So you're overdue for sleep. I'm in a perfect world.
I'm nocturnal, so
yeah, it's fine. Abigail.
I'm a night person.
I've got it.
What happened was yesterday I went out and I got my magazines and shopping and all that kind of stuff, and so as a result, it fatigues me, so I went to bed and I got up at 11:30 in the evening, and so that was me now wired for the rest of
oh god, that's like you and Abigail are on a wavelength. My god.
So yeah, I'm still weak, and it probably won't be until about 8 o'clock that I really start to fade.
Oof.
I've got another 3.5 hours of a 3D print going.
All right,
so I'm gonna.
While I am reasonably coherent and cogent, Rays, where are you that it's 10:37? Fucking Perth. Are you in Perth?
That's not.
Perth.
Is that
3 hours?
That Perth?
3 hours, daylight saving and shit.
Maybe Perth. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. It's
2D printing. I have a 2D printer on my desk here. It only prints in ink, though.
Yeah. All right.
It's pretty quick, though.
Yeah.
I think I might have solved my 3D printer problem because I kept it kept lifting off, and I saw something saying that if it starts doing that, your plate's too smooth, and that's because I'd gone and sanded it down. With a I'd got one of these kind of things.
Oh yeah.
Got finer and finer and finer. It was like almost like a mirror, and apparently it needs it needs to be a bit gritty for it to cling to. And it's like, so the fact that my prints were really struggling to stay on may have been down to me sanding it.
All right.
So now I've sanded it with the rough bit.
All right.
Good night.
Gotta say night.
Nice
been a very fun night, but I need to sleep. See you all another time. Bye for now.
Nice chatting to you.